renewed, refocused, reinvigorated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It is the Fan of State. Howdy, y'all. Hello to you, and how do you do? Rob Brown, the great one, the Lonzo, and Hill. The foremost electrifying hours in sports talk entertainment that you will find anywhere at any time on any station starts now. Good day, America. I said good day. Welcome in. I hope you're well. I hope you had a great, long, extended weekend. I hope you all got to enjoy some time with friends and La Familia over the weekend. Hope you got to take just a few moments to remember, to pay tribute to those who made the ultimate sacrifice for this country so that we can come in here every weekday morning, except the ones that we don't, from 6 until 10 a.m. and just goof off and have a great time. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. Hi, Lonzo. How was your long weekend?
I did what I normally do for a long weekend. I had a project, and I can barely move. I nearly completed the project, but not all the way. So,
what was our project?
Well, if you remember, earlier in the year, I took a vacation to do 3 rooms, the floors. I only got 1 done then. I got 2 done now. So
you have 2 done in total, or you did 2?
I've got 2 done in total now. If you combine it with the one that I did, well, I'd already shown you pictures when I redid the game room. Now I'm redoing the dining room. So got new floors in the dining room. Going to put tile down probably Wednesday. So
swanky. I like it. The great one doing a little DIY.
Only when necessary, not because, hey, let's change this room. It's like, no, we're having some problems. We need to take care of that.
That's fair.
I will say, as I sat there yesterday, barely able to move, I thought, man, it must be nice to be able to afford to have someone else do this.
I wouldn't know, but I'm sure you're right. As I laid down about 2.5 tons of mulch over the past 2 weeks and still have a mound of it left to go, I think you may be right. We have got a 1,000 things that we have got to get to. We were off on Friday. All of us were obviously off yesterday, which means we have so much to get caught up on. The quest for Lord Stanley's Cup is still up in the air. The Carolina Hurricanes able to stave off elimination last night in game number 4. They dug themselves the deepest possible hole against the reigning, defending, undisputed Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. They went down 0-3 to start the series. And listen, the series is still over. There is no coming back from being down 0-3 in the series. But the best you can do is take it game by game by game. Let me tell you why I think the Canes have a problem. Aside from the fact that they spent 3 games figuring out that, and this is true, I've done the research, the Panthers are annoying. And I mean that in the most complimentary way. The Panthers are annoying. They annoy you. It's relentless. It's unending. They just keep being ridiculous. And as long as you keep falling for it, they're going to keep hammering you. And if you allow them to continue to get in your head, you're going to end up in a spot that there is no coming back from. And that is exactly what happened to the Carolina Hurricanes in this contest, this series against the Florida Panthers. Well, because of the fact that they dug themselves a hole and are trying to get out of it, last night's game was simply, can we survive? Last night's game was simply, can we get through this? Last night's game was very simply, is there a way for us to get ourselves out of this hole? And the answer is, of course, absolutely not. There's a reason they're the reigning, defending, undisputed. However, there is a bigger problem in play here for this team. The bigger problem in play is not just the fact that the Panthers are better, and it was always gonna take something special for this team to figure out a way by. The problem is even worse. The problem is that this team is so relaxed that despite their bully ball ways, their annoying ass ways, they're still likable. You know how I know they're still likable? There is, for as long as I've been doing this show, for as many absolute twerps have come through the NHL as have come through the NHL, there is one hockey player that has drawn the ire of this program over the years. And that hockey player is, of course, Brad Marchand, former captain of the Boston Bruins. He got sent down to Florida in a midseason trade this year. And the reason the Panthers were willing to spend the capital that it was required to go get Brad was because they built a roster to play the type of hockey that Brad plays, and only Brad plays at the level that Brad plays it. Well, during Game 3, second intermission, if you watch NHL hockey, you will know that they have the second most access to players in the game outside of only Major League Baseball, which just in the last year or two began doing live interviews with players on the field during the game. Now, NHL doesn't obviously mic up players and have them do in-game interviews. But it doesn't matter what outlet you watch or listen to. I watched and listened to a lot of hockey this weekend over the radio. I ended up on Friday, had a meeting on Friday morning that I had to attend, hence me being out on Friday, taking a personal day, had a sit-down meeting I had to attend. And then the wife got home at about 3 p.m, and she's like, you know what? We're both off on Monday. Let's go to the beach for the weekend. And I said, okay. So that meant I was obviously away from a TV from a good portion of the weekend, did a lot of sports listening on the radio, listened to the Braves against the Padres, listened to the Canes and the Panthers, listened to all the NBA games of the weekend, all on the radio. And whether you listen to the radio or watch it on TV, when NHL players come off the ice for intermissions and postgame, every outlet gets at least a player. Right? Every outlet gets a player. And that includes TNT, who during one of the intermissions got an interview with Brad. And Brad, in one interview, made Rob Brown have an internal debate because I have despised Brad for as long as this show's been running. And then in an interview, an intermission interview that I think both the Great One and I are going to appreciate, Brad let the broadcasters in on a little secret about how the boys are staying loose to drive Carolina into a 3-0 hole, and it sounded, Lonzo, like this.
For you, Brad. A few days ago, an image surfaced of you and some teammates going for a Dairy Queen run on an off day in Raleigh. We got an image of you in the dressing room during the second intermission. No chance you were fueling with a blizzard here, were you?
Yeah, that's a little chocolate chip cookie dough blizzard right there. There's nothing, you can't beat it. It's the best dessert in the world. So I better get lifetime free supply of Dairy Queen now. Thank you, fellas. But yeah, we had a little fun on the off day, and there's DQ right by the hotel, so we popped over, got a blizzard, enjoyed our night.
Well played, Brad. Congratulations.
DQ, baby.
Brad and the boys.
Well played, Brad.
Well played, Brad. Brad and the boys, during an off day, decided to head on over to the DQ and pick up a a blizzard. Let's not get those two confused. We stopped yesterday. We were on the road back, and the wife, we pulled over to get some gas, and there was a that establishment across the street. I won't say the name specifically, not that you don't know exactly who I'm talking about, but she goes, "Hey, can we stop over and get a Blizzard?" And I said, "We absolutely can. Anything for you, love of my life, apple of my eye. If you want a Blizzard, I will move the sun, moon, and stars to make it happen." We went out of our way to head into that particular establishment, pulled up to the window. "Go ahead with your order, please." "Yes, may I have a Blizzard, please? An M&M, Flurry. I get my fast food
I was
joints
waiting
confused.
for you to fix it.
Yeah. May I get an M&M Flurry, please?"
Sorry, sir. Ice cream machine is down.
No! I'm just convinced
They
people
lie.
at that restaurant just don't want to make McFlurries.
Yeah, they lie. What time of the night was it?
It was at like 3 in the afternoon.
Okay, because they have to shut that down, they have to clean it and things like that. So I think they decide, you know what, I want out of here at a certain amount of time. Yeah, we just let's shut it down.
Listen, as a former long-term bartender and wait staff attendant at a couple of different restaurants, I am very well aware of the fact that there comes a point in the evening where you go, "Listen, we're not going to make any more of this thing. If anybody asks, 86 that." Because we're not going to make it because it either takes too long to make and it's going to be still going out when we're closing, or the cleanup from making it is intense. It's going to keep us here an extra 15, 30 minutes. So if anybody asks after 10:30 for the 11 o'clock close, if they can have that, nope, sorry, 86, that can't have it, right? This was at 3 in the afternoon. It's the middle of a Monday. Don't tell me the ice cream machine is down. Stop it, all right? Anyway, point is, I heard this from Brad that the boys got hooked on the DQ Blizzard during an intermission or during an off day, and then got so hooked on the DQ Blizzard that at least one of them, Brad, was knocking back a Blizzard during the second intermission of an Eastern Conference Finals game.
Although, if you think about it, though, you would think they would want something warm. I mean, they're out there on the ice, cold, so you're just gonna make yourself even more cold on inside by eating ice cream?
Hockey dudes are a different breed of dude,
I suppose.
Hockey dudes are a different breed of dude. There is something interesting, something unique about the hockey boys. They don't just like it cold. They don't want it anything but cold. And in the NBA, you get sent home from the playoffs. It's, yo, enjoy Cancun. I'm pretty sure the hockey fellas take a vacation to Edmonton. They head up to Ottawa because it's still cold there. I have given over the years immense amounts of grief to Brad for being that guy, the cheap shot artist, the guy who just consistently and continually doles out hits that very few other people, A, commit, and B, get away with. I've given him a ton of crap. But if Brad was sitting in the locker room during an intermission of Game 3 with an opportunity in just 3 games to push the Carolina Hurricanes, a team I am obviously, openly, and actively rooting for, to the brink of elimination. And in that second intermission, with this game far from won, 20 minutes, the Dallas Stars scored 5 goals in 20 minutes in Game 2. If he sat in that locker room with 20 minutes of hockey to play and a chance to push the Canes to the brink of elimination, and the thought he had was, chocolate chip cookie dough Blizzard sounds good right now. I got to tell you, I don't think the only athlete I've ever resonated more with than Brad in that moment was my guy Siwoo Kim when he said 3 Red Bulls on the front 9, Tylenol PM on the back to regulate it. That's the only athlete I've ever understood more in my life than Brad going, "Oh, we got 20 more minutes of hockey. We just got to knock the boys down a little bit, take that 3-0 lead. Yeah, how about a chocolate chip cookie dough Blizzard?" And that means that Brad and the gang had one of 2 things here. Either A, they went ahead and prepared the Blizzards. They went ahead and picked them up on the way to the arena. They went ahead and snagged them on the way out of the hotel, brought them there, set them in the freezer, and said, "All right, boys, victory Blizzards after the dub tonight." Or that means that they went to the intermission. They went to one of the staffers at some point in the second period and said, "Hey, bud, listen, we're gonna need you to head down to the DQ and pick the boys up a couple of blizzards, eh? Bring us back a couple of those cold, frosty treats, eh? Why don't you bring us back some of those delectable, delicious blizzards from the DQ down the street, eh?" First off, DQ's never had a better advertisement campaign in their entire life, and they've had some good ones, but having Brad either get them in advance or send a staffer to go pick up a mid-game, and that also means if they got them in advance for the dub, that means by the end of the second period, they looked and they went, "Yeah, we got this in the bag. How about some ice cream, boys?"
I don't know if cookie dough would be my choice, but still, each his own, I guess.
I mean, listen, I'm gonna go on the Blizzard ice cream power rankings. I'm just a give me chocolate all the way through guy, right? I'm good with the cookie dough, but like put it in the give me the chocolate all the way through. But we have to agree. Chocolate chip cookie dough ranks higher than just plain ass vanilla, right?
Well, you're not going to get that if you're going to Dairy Queen. I mean, I'm talking Butterfinger or Oreo or M&M's or Reese's. I mean, there's just so many other choices.
So it's been a minute since I have had a DQ Blizzard. You can add the toppings on, right? Like I could get a chocolate chip cookie dough, but then like drop a couple of bags of M&Ms on that bad boy for me too, right?
I don't think so.
I have not, in fairness, and this may change. The reason why I say Brad might be the best endorsement DQ's ever had is I can't stand Brad. And yet, I found this clip this morning. Like this morning, I found this clip, and at 5:15 a.m.-ish, your boy was like, "Is the DQ open for breakfast? I could probably get on down and pick up a Blizzard before the show starts, right? Maybe Zoe and I pop the show off with the little in-game Blizzard. Maybe that's the play here. If Brad and the Panthers can knock down a second intermission Blizzard, can knock down the celebratory Blizzy while the game is still active, then I think it only makes sense that Zoe and I could knock down a couple of celebratory Blizzards in game.
All right, lots of good flavors. No vanilla, though. I don't know where that came from. What are you talking about?
Well, I assume you have, much like the...
No, you got s'mores, you got cotton candy, you got confetti, you got dipped strawberry, you got
but
mixing bowl, you got Superman cake batter, which is got to be amazing.
No, I understand, but like
Chocolate
with the Blizzard,
cookie dough.
Don't you have like the base ice cream and then you add stuff to it?
No, the Blizzard is made specifically with your choice, like an Oreo or like turtle pecan.
So theoretically, somebody could get a Blizzard with just vanilla ice cream and then add stuff into it, right?
It wouldn't be a Blizzard though, because the way they're mixed, it makes the ice cream thicker, and that's just a vanilla cup.
But
if you want just vanilla, it would be cheaper to buy just a vanilla cup.
Right. But my understanding here, and for the record, again, haven't had a Blizzy and I can't tell you how long. But like the understanding is, much like the McFlurry, it is the construction of the Blizzard that makes it the Blizzard, not the ingredients. It's the construction. Is in we're going to put the ice cream in the cup, we're going to throw the toppings,
no, they don't
then
do
we're going
that.
to put that little zzz machine on it.
Yeah, it's about the toppings. It's not about the ice cream.
No, I'm not saying it's about the ice cream. I'm
It's
saying
not
it's
really
about the way.
It's not toppings, because toppings go on top. It's mixed in.
Right,
so,
but the Blizzy, the Blizzarding is the process of putting the ice cream in the cup, putting the stuff on it, and then using that machine that has a little spinny thingy to whip it all up into that Blizzard consistency. That's what makes it the Blizzy, not just like cup of ice cream with stuff on top. That's just scoop of ice cream. But once you put it in a little zzz machine that spins it around and it mixes those toppings into the ice cream, now it's hit Blizzy status. So you could go vanilla ice cream and then throw me all that stuff and then Blizzy it up, and now it's a Blizzard, even if it is the most boring Blizzard ever, because vanilla ice cream is dumb and pointless unless it's on apple pie.
Okay, I don't understand the argument, but I would like to go to Dairy Queen.
Same. All right. We got a lot we got to get to. We got to talk some Atlanta Braves ball. Dropped 3 out of the 4 to the Padres. Now 2 games below 500, but they are on the road at Philly, maybe the most important series of the season so far. We'll talk about that. College football playoffs are a-changing for the 2025 year, and Dan Patrick says changing even more for 2026. You know who else weighed in on that? Greg Sankey, commissioner of the SEC, down in Destin for the spring meetings. We'll talk about the college football landscape coming up on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Oh, Brian, Mike, Evelyn. We have a new listener. Hi, Evelyn. Welcome to the crew, to the Armada. Robbie B's got to go grab his things. BRB.
Yeah, there's one on 276 in Malden. That's the only one I know of. I don't think it opens till 10, though.
There's a DQ in GBO. Yeah, there is. I've driven by it. I just like it. Dairy Queen's on that list of places that like.
Well, there's one right around the corner
Yeah,
from here.
it's on the list of
on
places.
276. It's in Malden. It would take like 5 minutes to
Yeah,
get
the
to.
problem is I jumped on the scale this morning. I put on 4 pounds in 4 days. So I got to get back. I jumped over 210. I got to get back down to my 210, and then we'll knock down some Selly Blizzies.
Well, technically, wrestling is awesome. It's not a text. So, I mean, unless you send a text also, I mean, that's a you know what, it's you commented on the stream.
He brought it up because on Thursday.
You ignoring a text, that's just so unusual.
Yeah, no, I know. On Thursday on Wire to Wire, somebody texted Colin Diesel that Rob Brown ignores text, and they put me on trial. So I called into the show to defend myself. And then it turned into an absolute slugfest between listeners saying Rob lies about reading text and others texters saying, maybe have you considered your texts just aren't good enough to justify being read?
Yeah, that's the thing. Just because you send a text doesn't mean it's good. And you know, it is our job to judge whether it's good or not. So I'm not saying that wrestling is awesome, but some other people, maybe they just not very good at texting. And mostly because it's all positive about me and Rob's not going to read it.
So college football is doing away with the 1 year, the old format of seeding the playoffs. You know, that ancient format that we have gone through where the 4 highest rated conference champions would receive the top 4 seeds and therefore the 4 byes. This year, college football will be going to a straight seeding of teams 1 through 12. Now, the conference champs are still protected, but if you win your conference and you are ranked, let's say, 19th in the polls despite being a conference champion, you may be the 12th team in the 1 through 12 seeding. You will still be in, but at this point forward, strength of schedule's importance has just been boosted up because you not only need to be a conference champ if you can, but in the one-off that you go 12-0 in the regular season, but you lose your conference championship game, you could still theoretically, depending on how the cards fall, how everything shakes up, you could still theoretically be one of the top 4 teams. You go 12-0, you got a great strength of schedule, you run your conference table, but then you lose on a walk-off field goal to another highly regarded conference champion that's, let's say, 10-2 and is way on down the top 25 rankings when it's all said and done. You could still theoretically end up being a top 4 team, get one of those top 4 seeds, and get one of the byes in the college football playoffs. I don't care. Okay, like, good, I guess. I mean, at the end of the day, the goal has always been, and we had this discussion on the show Thursday before we were off for a long weekend. We had Chris, I believe, call the show and bring up the argument of the 12 best teams versus the 12 most deserving teams. I have made the argument that it is a semantics argument, obviously, because some of us feel like the best 12 teams are the most deserving teams. And some of us feel that most deserving could mean a lot of things. A team could be 10-2, but have played 6 playoff teams and have an argument that despite being 10-2 or 9-3 are still a better team than a team that went 11-1 or 12-0, but didn't play nobody, Paul. So, I mean, I guess this is kind of one of those things that I would chalk it up to. And I don't necessarily think that this is a way that I love running things, but I do, despite the fact that I don't love running things this way. Also recognize that sometimes you just got to try it. Sometimes you just got to do it. I don't know that we are going to be able to say that this is a success or failure. I don't know that we are going to be able to say that this is a better or a worse scenario, format, structure for the college football playoffs until we actually see it shape up, until we actually see it play out, until we actually see it in action. And so I'm kind of at a point where I'm going to say I reserve judgment on this conversation. I reserve judgment on how this is going to shape up. I reserve judgment on what this is going to do. I've seen a million people. I'm not going to sit here and do it because if you want to do it, take 5 minutes and go, you can go look about a million people did over the weekend what last year's playoffs would have looked like if we had straight 1 through 12 seeding. So I won't get into it because, again, 1,000 other people did it this weekend. This is my first day back on the air since this announcement came down. I am just going to say, maybe this is lazy. Maybe this is me not doing my job the way I need to, but I don't really have a take on this other than let's see what this year shapes up. Let's see what it looks like. We know what the bracket was last year. We know the teams that got the bye. We know the teams that did not. We know the teams that won their championship or participated in it and snuck in the very end. We know the teams that won a championship and therefore got the bye. Do you believe anybody who did not get a bye should have gotten a bye or vice versa? That's 100% up to you subjectively speaking. We will find out if this straight seeding formula works at the end of this year when we see what the final rankings are.
This
when we
is
see,
fan service is all it is. It's not really changing that much. It's just rearranging a little bit. Maybe it changes a couple matchups. In the end, the best is going to win out. It's just how it works.
I would push back on only one aspect of that answer, which is this is fan service. Nothing college football does is fan service. They do nothing for fan service. Everything that they do is dedicated solely and exclusively to moving up the bottom line. Nothing. If there was something that they went, this is great for the fans, and it's only going to cost us $100 million, $5 million, $1 million. And it's gonna cost us that. They're not gonna do it. All that's gonna matter.
If the seeding was different last year, the end result would have been the same. And I think it's going to be that way every year. Whoever the best team is, they're going to win their games. They're going to win the championship. And there's always going to be someone to complain that someone didn't make it in. Whether it's 4 teams, 12 teams, 16 teams, 37 teams. I know it's odd, but it doesn't matter.
I don't. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I don't know that we can know until it happens, right? Like Ohio State wins your 2024 national championship game. Ohio State, as the 8th seed in the run, did play in the opening round against Tennessee. They got Oregon, obviously, in game 2 in the quarterfinal, and decimated the Oregon Ducks. An Oregon Ducks team that was a heavy favorite to be the champ coming into this season. Now, the argument has been, and again, it is an argument that is unfalsifiable. We cannot prove it to be true or false, correct, or incorrect. But the Oregon apologist after last year's college football playoff said effectively, hey, look, timing and chemistry and precision was what made this team go. Everything that we succeeded with in the regular season, we succeeded with based on having a timing-based, rhythm-based offense. And the fact that we had to wait so bleeping long from the Big Ten championship game until we played our game against Ohio State. Your championship game was whatever date. And I'm for the record,
I know you're not saying it. I know you're saying they said that.
Correct. I think that the conversation from the Oregon apologists was that conference championship weekend was what was the date on conference? December 12th or whatever it was. Their conference championship game was played about a month, maybe a little bit less than a month until they played their playoff game. And so they December 7th. So they went from
the normal amount that it usually takes to play a good bowl game. Wham.
Nobody gives a damn about normal bowl games. This isn't a normal bowl game.
You're missing the point.
No.
If they were playing a normal bowl game, they'd have to wait that long.
Right, but nobody cares about that. Quick, who won the Independence Bowl? Who won the Sugar Bowl?
I think you're.
What's the Sugar Bowl?
I think you're missing.
No. I'm not. What I'm saying is
they would have had to wait. They would have had to wait the same amount of time.
Right, but you are comparing apples to orange bowls.
No.
You are comparing a game that in the history of a school is irrelevant to a playoff game where a national championship
because it
ticket
means
is on
more.
The line.
They should have to play. They should get to play sooner.
No. The argument that I was going to make was Oregon, a team that was based on timing and chemistry and rhythm. That's just a fact. That's what a West Coast passing offense is. Did not have a game before Ohio State, whereas Ohio State played the weekend before that and got an opportunity to kind of get back up to game speed. I'm not saying I agree with the take. I'm saying that is what the Oregon Duck apologists say. And so with this new concept, with the straight seeding, I don't know that it would change anything because Oregon still would have got the bye as the Big Ten champs. Ohio State still would have been. Now, Ohio State may have been a higher seed. Maybe the Ducks don't get Ohio State in round 2 because they're the 1 seed. They get the 12 seed. They would have played Clemson in that shot. If I'd have given them the chance, Oregon, to play Clemson or Ohio State in round 2, who the hell you think they would have picked in that spot, right? Respect to Clemson. You'd have rather play Los Tigres in that spot. So the reality is, cool. We'll see if this is a better concept when the We'll see if this is a better concept when it happens. All right, Greg Sankey had some thoughts on this. The SEC meeting's taking place down in Destin, Florida, my old stomping grounds. And Greg Sankey is, and I say this respectfully to a commission who's doing a great job, full of crap. I'll tell you why when we come back on The Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Oh, I didn't...
Anybody take Focus Factor? I wonder if it would work. Just asking for a friend.
Kenny, that is a successful strategy. Just send 15 texts. One of them will be good enough.
I'm willing to bet that there are some days you send that many and still none of them get read. But I mean, I could be wrong.
Oh, I missed the annual cheese rolling.
How devastating for you.
Sarcasm is I never watch it live primarily because I don't want to see anybody get Zoe Starked.
No one, unless you're very sadistic, no one wants to see anyone get
That's
Zoe
fair.
Stark. Yeah, I forgot the move stuff, which I realized I forgot the move stuff, which is going to make the chapter thing look all stupid, but... Come to the realization that I'm not good with a jigsaw. Especially on
What made you realize this?
trying to cut
Well,
out,
obviously trying to jigsaw something.
trying to cut out a vent.
A what? A vent?
Yes, because
Or like straight into a wall?
well, no, on the floor.
Oh, okay.
I
Gotcha.
don't- I don't trust my skills with the circular saw
Okay.
or my measurements, and if you get it wrong, then you wasted a board,
Yep.
and wood's expensive. So,
Measure twice, cut once.
so I just jigsaw until I can get it in there. If I go into metal, then I've gone too far. You know. Mobility no longer a thing for me. So, yeah, it's
We sat on Friday. Nope. Sorry. On Saturday, we went to the beach. And the wife loves nothing more than going out into the shallow water and shell hunting. I love nothing more than sitting on the beach in the sand with a gallon of Bahama Mamas and enjoying the sunshine. I sat in the sand for probably 3 hours before I was like, all right, I guess I got to get up and go in the water and pee. And it took me a minute to get up off the sand, bro. Oh, man, I had to. I was making all the old man noises. People in positions of power and authority, especially those who profit off of that power and authority, and this is true of every institution, lie. They lie. They lie all the time. And they lie because once someone is given power and authority, most of them are hesitant to give it back. This is why and I'm going to go old guy on you here for a second. This is why the decision of one George Washington to cede the presidency after 2 terms began a long and very important tradition of presidents not staying around for 3rd and 4th and 5th. And obviously, we have had some that have gone in different directions. But the fear after the American Revolution, when George Washington was elected president, got a 2nd term, when he walked away, was there were those in Congress who wanted to make presidency a lifetime office, like a Supreme Court justice. Once you're in till you die. Then we pick the next guy. But that sounded remarkably like having a king, which was a thing that we had just kind of fought a whole ass war over. That is why that is such a standout and go-to example, because most people, when they are given a position of power and authority, do not relinquish that power and authority, and certainly do not do that when they are able to profit off of that power and authority. Now, in the case of the commissioner of the Southeastern Conference, Greg Sankey, I want to be very clear. I don't fault him. I get it. If I was the commissioner of the most powerful and important conference in college athletics, by the way, 13 Southeastern Conference teams made it into the college baseball national championship bracket. We'll talk some college ball later on in the show and throughout the week as regionals set for this weekend, including the Clemson Tigers, who will be hosting a regional, but will need a couple of results to go their way in other regionals if they are to host a super regional. We'll talk about that later. Point here is, it's the most powerful and important conference in college sports right now. So Greg Sankey, the commissioner of said conference, is down in Destin, Florida, my old stomping ground. I used to broadcast from a studio in Destin Commons, and SEC spring meetings were a huge week for me back in the day. They still are now, obviously, but probably even more so. Back then, I'd roll on down the road to the Hilton where they were having this event, and I'd go in and I'd talk to people. I'm obviously not there now, but the decisions and the conversations that are taking place at the SEC spring meeting in Destin, Florida, are as impactful, scratch that, are more impactful than ever before. So Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the Southeastern Conference, was doing a media availability period over the weekend. And just a few hours after it was announced that college football would be moving in 2025, that is, if you check your calendar, this year. Just hours after it was announced that college football would be moving to a straight seeding for its playoffs, meaning the four highest ranked conference champions are still in, but they are no longer guaranteed the top 4 spots. Now it is going to be the 12 highest ranked teams seeded 1 through 12, with space on the tail end of that reserved for any conference champions who are not inside the top 12 at the end of the season. Greg Sankey was asked, what is the SEC's stance on the college football playoff format moving forward? What do you think the conference is going to be in favor of? And they even went so far as to ask Greg if he was in favor of the 4-4-2-2-1-3 model. That is the model which gives 4 automatic qualifiers to the SEC, 4 to the Big Ten, 2 to the ACC, 2 to the Big 12, 1 to the G5, and has 3 at-large spaces. And Greg said that the Southeastern Conference has not thrown its weight behind any one particular format as of yet. Says that they have had the conversation. They will have more conversations this week. He said, quote, we'll see how that conversation manifests itself this week, and we'll look a little bit more deeply at different ideas, which will put me at some point in a better position to answer those questions, end quote. Now, there is not a fiber of my being. There is not a cell in my body that believes for a second that Greg Sankey and the SEC don't automatically prefer the playoff format that guarantees them 4 automatic qualifiers unless they think they can get more. That's it. Unless they think they can get more. They're obviously going to be in favor of an AQ field that guarantees that a quarter, if not more, of the playoff field is composed of the SEC, especially considering the amount in tens of millions of dollars that go into the coffers for every team that you have in the first place, the more millions that you get for every team that moves on to round 2, on to round 3, plays in the national championship, and then wins the national championship. Of course, the SEC is going to be in favor of a format that gives them more. Because, again, and I don't fault Greg for this, who in the world would vote for a system that gives you less? I mean, there are people who do it and don't realize they're doing it. That's a different discussion for a different day. But, yeah, they're going to go with the one that... So let me get this right. We go to a 16-team playoff, and you want to hand me a system where my guys are guaranteed, no matter what the results on the field are, guaranteed a quarter of the spots are guaranteed to me. Doesn't matter if the third best team in our conference is 6-6, they are guaranteed a spot? Yeah, of course he's going to say yes to that. Of course the conference is going to say yes to that. The only reason that Greg Sankey and the SEC would remain non-committal on this conversation is if there is an inkling somewhere in that room, a room that later on today will be filled with athletic directors and head coaches and school presidents and commissioner staffs and yada, 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 yada. If there are people in that room who genuinely, honestly feel like there is a pitch to be made that says, yeah. The 4-4-2-2-1-3 model's great, but hear us out. What if we go to a 5-5-2-2-1-1 model? What if you upped it from 4 SEC and Big Ten teams to 5? Because, hey, we're the SEC. It just means more. You've seen our commercials. It just means more. There's a lady walking on a beach in our commercial, and she says it just means more. So if it just means more, shouldn't we get more spots? Shouldn't we get more spots? If there is a push, and again, I don't fault Greg Sankey because I do the same thing. But if I felt like the next time the CFB gets together and they're having the conversation about, all right, we know we're going to 16. And I got a clip from Dan Patrick I'm going to play you later in the show and it was from Friday's Dan Patrick show, where Dano said, hey, my source is telling me you can go ahead and expect a straight seeding from now on. And he nailed that. And Dano, who I think Dan Patrick has done enough in his career that I shan't accuse Dan Patrick of being a hot take artist. I shan't accuse Dan Patrick of being a bleep stirrer. I shan't accuse him because I don't think he has to anymore. I think he's been in the game long enough. Patrick says that his source has already told him that a 16-team playoff is happening in 2026. So enjoy your last year of the 12-team. Enjoy last 4 teams that are going to get a bye in the playoff format. Starting next year, there will be no byes. You will have 16 teams that are in. All 16 teams will likely play a first-round game. There will be no more byes for conference champions. So, assuming that that is the case, and I am willing to assume that for now, because I'm willing to take the risk that it makes one out of you and me, as the old expression goes. If Dan Patrick's, quote, source is correct, which, based on what he gave us on Friday during his show, has been so far. If Dan Patrick's source is correct, and we do go to a 16-team playoff next year, I would not be shocked if we find out, and perhaps it is at the end of the SEC spring meetings here in about 4 days. Perhaps it is after the SEC media days that are set to take place a couple of months from now in Atlanta, Georgia. We are working on being there. We are working on getting over to the ATL to cover SEC Media Days live. We will be up in Charlotte, North Carolina for ACC Media Days, and we are now kicking the tires to get us over to SEC Media Days as well. The likelihood, I won't say likelihood, the possibility that we hear from the SEC, and I do think it would be in cahoots with Tony Petitti in the Big Ten as well, because again, yeah, I would do it too, is that those two conferences could theoretically, I'm making a guess here, but I feel like an educated one, would make a push to turn the 2-2-1-3 model, the 4-4-2-2-1-3 model into a 5-5-2-2-1-1 model. So 5 SEC, 5 Big Ten, 2 ACC, 2 Big 12, 1 group of 5, and 1 at large. The 2 of the 3 at larges would go to the 2 big conferences. Again, do I think that would pass? No, because I do think, as with everything, there is a saturation point. There is a point where, and I don't know where that point is because I don't think we've ever hit it, but there is a saturation point somewhere where I think college football fans who are not members of the SEC, who are not members of the Big Ten, would look and go, this is pointless. Scratch that, over half of the field is made from 2 conferences. Everybody else, here's your table scraps. Everybody else. ACC, you get 2 and compete for a third. Big 12, you get 2 compete for a third. Group of 5, you get 1 compete for a second. Everybody else in football, period, gets to compete for 1. Table scraps compared to the big dogs. Again, the big dogs are going to and should push for as much as they can get. That's how you get to be the big dog. You eat more, right? So I don't have an issue with Greg Sankey doing what he is doing because at the end of the day, it's his job. He is the commissioner of the SEC. The job of the commissioner of the SEC is to end up with the best and most profitable possible outcome for the SEC. So I wouldn't be shocked to see him pushing for even more, pushing for a 5th automatic qualifier from his conference. I would like to think, and we talked about this in the last segment, I do not think that college football, I'm going to use the dreaded they. Anytime somebody says, they don't want you to know, who's they? You got to tell me who they is or I got no reason to listen to you. They don't. I will use the dreaded they here. College football, the College Football Playoff Committee, the conference commissioners, they are never going to do anything that is for the betterment of the fan. If it makes the fans' life better and it makes them more money, then they'll do it. And they will absolutely dress that thing up as, well, we're doing it for you, the fans. No, they're not. They're doing it because they can get more of you, the fans' money. But I do think there is a saturation point where everybody who's not SEC fans and not Big Ten fans will look at the structure and go, that's too much. What's the point? What's the point? 28 teams get to compete for north of half of the playoff field, and the other 120 teams combined are competing for 6? How's that work? How's that make sense? What's the reason for me to stay tuned in and invested to this? Other than I just like football, there's really not one. That being said, I don't believe for a second Greg Sankey when he says, oh, the SEC isn't committed to a format yet. We got to have the discussion. We're not committed to a format. I think they are. The 4-4-2-2-1-1-1, whatever it is. That works great for them. I think it's more along the lines of we don't want to commit to anything because if we commit to something now, we can't ask for more later. and we want to make sure it's on the table that we can ask for more later. All right, we'll check back in on this discussion later on in the show. Next hour of the show, we have got your water cooler cheat sheet, top 3 sports stories you need to know. We'll get back into the college football discussion, look at the NHL and NBA Stanley Cup playoffs, and more. All of that after Lonzo hands you, if this Sports Flash was a 7-game series, Lonzo'd sweep it right now.
Maybe the gentleman's sweep because, I'm nice.
He's a gracious winner.
The Carolina Hurricanes staved off elimination with a 3-0 win over the Florida Panthers last night. The defense was the highlight, allowing just 20 shots, all of them stopped by Frederick Anderson. Carolina is in the hole 3-1 and will try to continue the series at home tomorrow night. The Oklahoma City Thunder are 1 win away from an NBA Finals appearance after a 128-126 win over Minnesota last night. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored 40 and Jalen Williams had 34. And now the Thunder are up 3-1 with Game 5 tomorrow night in OKC. The Atlanta Braves will open a 3-game divisional set against Philadelphia on the road this evening. Atlanta dropped 3 of 4 against the Padres to move them to 2 games back of 500. Spencer Strider is expected to get the nod today against Ranger Suarez. Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show is next. At Home Depot yesterday, walking through the parking lot, and a truck pulls out, rolls down the window, and yells, "Hey, Lonzo!"
Nice.
And they said something else afterwards. I didn't catch what it was. And Silver's like, "Do you know them?" I was like, "No, they're just listeners. Great listeners, by the way." And she's like, "Do you think they know who I am?" And I was like, "Of course they know who you are. I talk about you all the time." "And what do you say about me?" "How awesome you are." She's like,
How awesome you
"When
are.
am I going to get old enough where I can go to work with you?" It's like, "Not till 18.
It's child labor laws, kid. I think my job is safe as backup vocalist for my own band. I didn't get to play a set with the boys this weekend. That was nice.
Did you?
Unexpected.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
I didn't know they didn't really have a show. They were opening for the lead guitarist from Ted Nugent's band,
Okay.
who, if you look at his album covers, is the guy who played guitar on all of Ted Nugent's albums. And so they played a 1 hour set, and Courtney and I found out about it on the drive down. I was like, well, let's just go hang out. Like, it's at my beach bar. Let's go. So I went, and they called me up on stage for about half an hour. It was nice to scratch that itch a little bit. But it was also the first realization that I had that I'm like, I'm not a band anymore. Like, I'm a guest spot guy now, which is cool. Like, it's cool to have that.
It's what happens when you don't live in the same
I
state.
know.
And,
It just
and you
stinks.
have 37 jobs and are
Yeah,
unavailable.
I know, because they've invited me down like 3 or 4 times this year, and it's on weekends. I just can't go because I got too much to do. So I get it.
Feel me? For real. Do you feel him, sir?
The Hub City Spartanburger text line is open at 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. Kane texts the show and says, quote, I wasn't going to read this until he threw the last closing phrase on this text. He said, Rob, I hope this message will be read, but since it doesn't have anything to do with college football, it may not. I appreciate that when you disagree with a listener, you don't call them an idiot like Wire to Wire does, ... Cowboys suck, end quote. You know, Kane and I have agreed on a lot. We disagreed on a
the
lot.
Cowboys thing is the thing that got that.
Yeah, for sure. I wasn't going to read it.
All right.
Because, you know, as much as I do not think that Kerosene and Cole Bryan would care if I read that text. I don't think they would care at all. You know, I wasn't gonna
So
read
you
it.
weren't being selective of text and only picking certain ones. You were being protective of a teammate.
Correct.
Okay,
Because
all right.
here's what I don't want. What I don't want is anybody who maybe has not had the opportunity to tune in to our outstanding afternoon drive show, Wire to Wire, with Cole Bryan and Kerosene, a.k.a. Cole Bryson and Diesel, and get
they're
any
good
sort.
kids. They are.
They're good kids. And get any sort of presupposition that they're like, you know, jerks to their listeners or anything, because they're not. You know, I think sometimes when they disagree, they can be harsh about it. But hey, it's sports talk radio, as one very famous host advertisement says. Have a take, don't suck. Right? And sometimes your take sucks. Sometimes my takes suck. And you're going to get run for them, as the expression goes. I wasn't going to read that because what I don't want to do is have anybody who is yet to have the opportunity to tune in to that outstanding afternoon programming with any sort of presupposition about the two young men that hosted that is my fault. I don't want that. But then Kane figured out the secret sauce to getting your text read on the air, which is just throw a Cowboys suck on the end of it. I'm probably going to read it at that point. Thursday, after work, the lady friend and I were driving around. We had a couple of errands to run on Thursday afternoon, doing some yard work. Had to go pick up some new plants. I got myself an azalea bush that I'm putting down today. I'm very excited about it because I'm a white guy in his 40s. We get excited about azalea bushes now.
So you going out in the rain to do it?
Yeah, because it's been in a planter since Thursday. Like I gotta get it in the ground.
okay.
Right. So I'm excited. Like I know azalea blooming season has come and gone, but I want it in the ground so it can grow and be ready to bloom next year. I'm hoping next year I'll have a row of azalea
All right.
bushes.
The fact that you know when azalea blooming
It's the Masters.
season is.
It's the Masters.
Okay.
You just base it around the Masters.
All right.
There are some plants I know. I know peppers grow over the summer. They're ready to harvest in the early fall. That's chili season. And azalea bushes grow around or flower around the Masters. It's just things you learn. Even my non-sports life is predicated by sports.
Show with Rob the gardener.
Listen, do you want good azalea bushes? Come to me.
Yeah,
I got you.
I don't care. I probably wouldn't recognize an azalea bush.
So
I do have a killer holly bush though.
the
It gets
wife and
bigger
I
every year. It's beautiful.
see. You are a bush guy. You just gotta find the bush that you like the best. So the wife and I went and got some stuff, and we were driving to the house, and I get a text from Diesel that says, need you on the show right now. Now, Diesel and Cole Bryson have been doing Wire to Wire for what? A couple of years now? They've been in that slide?
I don't think it's been a couple
Year and a
years.
half. I mean, it's been a year and a half. I know
Maybe.
for a fact it's been over a year because they did their 1 year show a while back. So like a minute now, they've been in that slot. And Diesel has asked me to come on the show a handful of times, and ordinarily it's about, either something silly or, they want to talk some hacky, so they go to a hockey guy, whatever. And it's rare, but it happens. But I have never gotten a "we need you on the show right now" text. So point blank, sight unseen, I immediately called the station number. Cole threw me right up on the air, and I was informed that on Wire to Wire on Thursday, I was being put on trial by the Tolos. I was being put on trial.
By the what?
The Tolos, the afternoon listeners.
Oh, that's what that
Yes.
it stands for.
Turn on.
No,
leave
there's
on.
an O in there. Oh, okay.
So I was put
That's
on
like calling
trial.
all your listeners P1s or something. It's using a radio term to. It's okay. All
Yeah.
right. Yeah, we would never do that. Thank you for listening, Armada.
So I was put on trial by the Tolos, or some of you hybridist, some of you that are members of both the Armada and the Tolo gang.
I cringe when you say Tolo. I don't know why. It just sounds so. I don't know.
I mean, hey, I'm here to live and let live.
It's
baby.
like when you say one of the kids' terms that they use today. It's the same sort of thing.
No cap.
Yeah, or
So-
skibbity toilet.
I got nothing. So I was put on trial as a longtime listener and friend of the show, JD, said that Rob Brown always claims that he reads the text on the text line, but my texts haven't been getting read. And I responded to that on the air by saying there's a couple of factors that go into how the text line operates. Number one is it timely? If I talk about, let's say, in hour number one, the college football playoff moving to a straight seed format in 2025, and then in hour number two, we make the transition over to the NBA and NHL playoffs, both of which are in their conference championship series right now. If I make the transition and an hour and a half later, you shoot me a text about the college football playoffs, there is still a very good chance that I will get to it. But, and I say this respectfully, I'm not going to change where we are in the show to respond to a text message. I will find a place for it somewhere down the line where it is appropriate to get back to said text message, or I will save it for the next day, or perhaps it doesn't get read. It happens, okay? If you text me an hour and a half after the conversation is had, the chances that I read it on the air are diminished. If you text me while we are having the conversation, there's a much higher chance it's getting read. Number two, is your text good? All right? Is your text good? Because I will tell you that I don't read a solid number of texts, not because I dislike you, not because I don't want you to be a part of the show, but because your text, respectfully, doesn't add anything.
Oh, wow.
You're not like your text. You may just be texting something. Well, if you text something I already said, I'm probably going to read it because then I go, this guy agrees with me and he knows ball. But like, if you don't add anything to the show, I've got limited minutes during any given segment. And I know half of you are screaming, well, you waste half of them already, Rob. And maybe that's true sometimes. Maybe that's true sometimes. But if you don't add anything to the show, then okay, like it is what it is. Text until you text until you nail something.
It's definitely a no for me, dog.
When you nail it, you'll get your time in the sun. All right? When you nail it, you'll get your time in the sun. So, those were the two strongest arguments I had. And then it just devolved into a battle between listeners on the stream and on the text line, half of which were saying Rob does absolutely not do a good enough job of reading text, and half of which were saying he is under no obligation to read your text. If you read it, like if you add something to the show, he'll read it, and if you don't, you don't. And that is basically what it comes down to. If you text me an hour after the conversation, the likelihood your text is getting read basically diminishes minute by minute. unless we circle back around to the conversation. If we don't, then it is what it is. But if you add to the conversation, then you're going to get your text read. Scotty from BMW texts the show. Scotty said, Rob, I love your show, but sometimes you do suck with the interaction with text messages. Scotty, I see you texting. I appreciate it, and always. As I was just saying, sometimes there's not a spot for it. Sometimes the date of expiration of the conversation has passed. Sometimes it doesn't add anything. There is no way to say this without sounding like a complete and total jackass. So that we are clear, I am under no obligation to read any text at all. I am not mandated.
Tell me you did not just say that.
I am not mandated to read the text. I read the text when they add to the radio show. And again, if we're goofing off and having a good time, then it's more likely your text gets in. If your text adds nothing to the conversation, there's a good chance it doesn't. Like, bring good stuff. Bring good stuff. That's all I'm asking. If you want your stuff on the air, bring good stuff, and it'll get there.
And I might add, just because I like hearing my voice, stop saying positive things about me because Rob's not going to read them. But I do appreciate it. I do look at them, and I want to say thank you.
There you go.
They don't get read on the air because, it's positive about me. And Rob hates me, obviously.
Obviously.
Just like he hates you, which is why he doesn't read your
Correct.
texts. Unlike that show in the afternoon where they love everybody and they read everyone's texts equally because that's the kind of show they are.
I found it takes less effort to hate everybody. If you're selective about your hate, you got to work at it. If you just hate everybody, it's easy.
That's a good point. But there's also the opposite. If you love everybody, that's also easy.
Scotty retexted the show and said, so you're the most subjective interactive talk show in the upstate. I would like to be clear. I have never, that I'm aware of, I have never once claimed to be the most interactive talk show. Now, I claim that you have the most ways of interacting with the show because we have the text line, we have the call-in line, we have the stream, we have Twitter, I have Instagram, I have TikTok, for God's sake. Like, there are more ways to be interactive with the show, I think, or at least as many as is possible of anybody in the upstate, anybody nationally. We have as many ways to get in touch with the show. But I don't believe I've ever said I am the most interactive show. I wouldn't make that claim because there are shows, and I know this for a fact.
There was an arbiter who used to say that a bunch, and maybe there's some confusion about that.
I have never made that claim.
I'm sure he's running the most interactive show in Detroit right now.
I'm sure.
Wait, you don't have okay, on Saturdays.
I have never made that claim. I would never make that claim because I happen to know for a fact there are some shows, not for me, and that's okay, but there are some shows that are 100% caller and listener dictated and driven. Like, if they don't get a text or a phone call, they won't know what to talk about on the radio that day. And to me, respectfully, that's lazy radio. That means you don't really love sports. That just means you're just here to do the job. I'm not here to do the job. I'm here to kick ass at the job. So, for every hour of on air, you're getting an hour of prep that goes into it. For every hour on air, you are getting an hour of reading articles, following beat reporters, checking in on what's happening. I do my best. I'm not saying I'm always right, but I do my best to at least be knowledgeable, even if it leads to a bad take. So if you're going to participate in the show, I hope you're going to do the same. I'm not saying you got to spend as much time as I do. I'm just saying if you text and you're not adding to the show, it kind of is what it is. It just is what it is.
By the way, don't panic. You said you're not always right, and I just gave you a look. It was
no,
just
I know.
trying
I ignored
to be funny. No. You thought for a second, what am I? Is something wrong?
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely did. But then I realized what you were giving me a look for, and I ignored it so that I didn't laugh at myself. Scotty says, "Rob, I love the show host, man. I love you as a host, man. I just had to add some hate. I honestly think you're the next guy to bounce and go national. You kick ass, bro." Scotty from BMW. Thank you, Scotty. I appreciate that. Somebody's gonna have to pay me good money to get me up out of here. I've made that clear from the beginning. Somebody has got to pay me good money because I love it here. You want me up out of here, it's going to cost you. It really is that simple. All right, let's do this. I had to respond to that. I mean, I'm not going to say I didn't plan to. I absolutely did plan to. I was a topic of conversation for 15 minutes on that show. Of course I was going to respond to it. So when we come back.
Wow. I mean, I guess it's cross promotion, but I mean, why are you in their heads?
Oh, I'm not. It was a response
All right.
to a response to a listener complaint about me. So consider that complaint.
Also, the thing where you were trying to be a teammate and not mention they don't care about the teammate thing.
Hey, man.
That's what it seems like. I'm just saying. I don't know.
For the brand, baby. For the brand. All right. When we come back, water cooler cheat sheet. Couple minutes late. That's okay. We're going to get to a top 3 sports stories that you need to know. The Atlanta Braves staring down the 3 most important games that they will play in the first half of the. I'm not going to say all season, but the 3 most important games they will play in the first half of the season start tonight on the road. I'll tell you about those. That is an item on the cheat sheet. We'll go back to the conversation about Greg Sankey because I think he is full of crap. And I respect him for being full of crap, but full of crap nonetheless. We'll talk about that and check in on the NBA and NHL's Cup playoffs coming up next in the water cooler cheat sheet on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
I just want to know why all you people are trying to cause trouble. I mean, do you want division between the shows? It's not necessary. There was a time when it was definitely necessary. The current format, it is not.
Be afraid. Be scared.
Silver has now added stupid to the thing. Bro, and it's like, that's just so stupid. Like, okay.
Oh, all love Tuesday. It is all love up in here, man. This is a show that's all about free love, baby.
All you need.
Dun, 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 dun. All you need is love, love. Love is all you need. Bum, ba-na-na-na. There's a all Beatles channel on satellite radio, and I spent a significant chunk of my drive home yesterday listening to it. And it's kind of interesting because they play a lot of like interviews from back in the day and today from the Beatles. So they did one about the final track of Sgt. Pepper, which is A Day in the Life. And the guy hosting the show was talking to Paul McCartney from not too long ago. And he's like, this is one of the most discussed and debated of all the Beatles songs as far as like what it actually means and what you guys are actually talking about. Can you kind of clue us in on like where you guys came up with the ideas and the thought that went into writing this song so people can maybe kind of have a better idea? And he goes, no. I was like, all right. I mean, I have to respect that, I guess. I don't know if he's ever actually gone into further detail, but that guy just played that clip, and it was hilarious.
A debate is a discussion about something, which means that people are still talking about it. Why put that to rest? Now people still argue about it.
It's one of those things where it's like, okay, it's been 60 years, Paul. I think you can clue us in now. And he's like, nah, y'all are good. You'll be all right.
Would you? I wouldn't. I definitely, if people were not sure, I'd leave them uncertain.
I mean, as long as he's still making money off of royalties from it. Because when the guy introed the song a couple minutes before that, he said that as part of the setup for the music. He's like, Coming up next, we've got the final track on Sgt. Pepper, A Day in the Life. This is one of the most discussed and debated, and, it could refer to this war or that economic crash or blah, 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 blah. And nobody really seems to know. We'll talk with Paul McCartney about it coming up in a few minutes. And I was like, well, now I'm going to re-listen to that song and, dive into the meeting. As if one listen in the car 7 hours into a 9-hour road trip was going to have me go, I figured out the Beatles, man. I figured out the Beatles, man.
No one knows when ideas, epiphanies, or realizations are going to happen. They just do. So maybe you would. I figured it out.
Bum, ba-na-na-na. It is 7:20 in the AM portion of the day. Less than 40 minutes separate you from the beginning of your work day. Less than 40 minutes separate you from sitting in that relatively uncomfortable chair you've asked to have replaced multiple times and it still hasn't happened. From you punching in that annoying timekeeper software that everybody at the office seems to hate except the one person who makes you all do it. Respond to those passive-aggressive emails that you ignored all weekend long. And then the best part of your day, you're going to stand up. You're going to claim your first legally obligated 15-minute break of the day. You're going to walk down the hallway. You're going to head to the employee break room. You're going to gather around the water cooler or the coffee machine or the vending machine or whatever machine you are going to gather around, and you're going to talk sports with those one or two coworkers that you like. And if that is the case, ladies and gentlemen, you got to know what's going on in the world of sports. And if you've got to know what's going on in the world of sports, worry not, because every day Lonzo and I have got you covered when we do this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
Most impressive.
before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, the top 3 sports stories you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports with your friends, your family, your coworkers, or your dog, whoever you spend your workday with. When you do this is what you will be discussing. Let us dive right in. It is time for item numero uno. Quick check-in on the NBA and NHL playoffs last night. The Oklahoma City Thunder took a 3-1 lead over the Minnesota Timberwolves in the NBA's Western Conference Finals with a 128-126 win. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, just days after being named, fairly or not, the NBA's MVP, had another MVP caliber performance, turning in 40 points, 10 assists, and 9 boards, 13 of 30 from the floor, 2 of 7 from behind the stripe. You also got Jalen Williams adding 34, and Chet Holmgren, who was the MVP of this individual game down the stretch, 21.7 boards, an assist, and a steal, 9 of 14 from the floor. The Thunder shot 50.5% from the floor, 43% from range. It was not a bad night for the Minnesota Timberwolves. They shot over 51% from the floor and 44% from behind the arc. But when it came down to it, this was a game that Oklahoma City won the way that we all thought Oklahoma City was going to have to win games if they made it to this stage of the NBA playoffs. That is by just pacing the other squad, getting more field goal attempts in, getting more shots off, 95 of them for Oklahoma City to 84 of them for the Minnesota Timberwolves. You don't want to think that a game was won by defense when a game's final score is 128-126, and that game came down to the final 2 possessions of the game. But this one was. This one was won by the not great defense by any stretch of the imagination, but let's not pretend that they're not playing an NBA conference finals caliber team in Minnesota. The OKC defense just came up with enough turnovers to get it done. 21 of them in this contest compared to just 14 for the Thunder. They are up 3-1. Game 5 is tomorrow back in the OKC with the Thunder on the verge of eliminating the Minnesota Timberwolves. Over to Lord Stanley's Cup we go. Speaking of verge of elimination, the Carolina Hurricanes entered last night's Game 4 in Florida on said verge of elimination. They trailed the Florida Panthers, the reigning, defending, undisputed Stanley Cup champions, 3-0. They were able to stave off elimination for at least one more game. A 3-0 win last night in favor of the Carolina Hurricanes. The only score that was a legitimate score, and I don't say that the other two were illegitimate, just they came on empty netters. The only legitimate 5-on-5 score of the game for the Canes came when Logan Stankoven was able to net one about halfway through the second period. Both teams blanked in the first. It looked like we might carry that through the end of the second, but Stankoven eventually able to, off the breakaway, net one finally. It looked like there was going to be a second on a power play, on a Carolina power play, but after a review, it was determined to be offside, so that goal was yanked off the board. We entered the third period with Carolina nursing a 1-0 lead. Dallas would pull their keeper with about 3 minutes left to play. Sebastian Aho would get the Svechnikov and Jarvis helpers to make it 2-0. Jordan Stahl would take a breakaway from Brent Burns and find the empty netter with less than 2 minutes to play. 3-0 is your final scoreline. Carolina staves off elimination. Game 5 back in Raleigh is going to take place tomorrow night. We will keep you up to date on that series as it breaks down. Let's go to item number 2. Rarely does an individual baseball game make the water cooler cheat sheet. Even more rarely does a series that is yet to be played make the water cooler cheat sheet. But in this case, that is exactly what is going to happen. The Atlanta Braves on the road today will open up a 3-game divisional set against the Philadelphia Phillies. Why is this on the water cooler cheat sheet? The answer is because this may make or break. And yes, I know it is only May 27th. I know that we still have June and July and August and September to play. Yes, I know that Spencer Strider is back. Actually, he's going to get the start tonight in Game 1 on the road at Philly. Game 1 from his return from the strained hamstring did not go well for Spencer Strider. Went 4 innings, gave up a bunch of runs to the Nationals, who would end up claiming that game. Of course, the Bravos would drop the 2 they played. The middle game of that 3-game set against D.C. got rained out and will be played as part of a split doubleheader in September. They then went and dropped 2 out of the 3 against the Padres. That means the Braves now 2 games below 500 at 25-27, but that's not the number that I am concerned with. The number that I am now concerned with is that divisional lead. Why? Because the Phillies, who were not playing good ball a month ago, now are. Yes, they dropped the game yesterday, but the Phillies are now 34-19. They are 8.5 games up on the Atlanta Braves. A sweep here for Atlanta would obviously make that deficit a realistically overcomable deficit. If Atlanta gives up even 2 of 3, forget getting swept by Philly. If Atlanta gives up 2 of 3, I will go ahead and on that'll be the 27th, 28th, on May 30th, on Friday, if they drop 2 of the 3 to Philly, actually that could happen on Thursday. But at the end of the series on Friday, I will say at that point, a divisional run is out of the question for the Atlanta Braves. They will no longer be capable of winning the division. At that point, it will be, can they chase down a wild card spot, get in, sneak in the playoffs, and then be that team that gets hot at the right time? As it stands right now in the NL East, the Bravos are 3rd. They have a 1.5 game lead on the Nats. They have a 3.5 game lead on the Miami Marlins. As far as the wild card standings go, the Phillies would win the NL East today. The Cubs would win the NL Central. The Dodgers would win the NL West. Your wild card teams, the Mets are 33-21. The Cardinals are 30-24, better than the Braves. The Brewers 27-28, better than the Braves. The Reds 27-28, better than the Braves. The Padres in the West 30-22. The Giants 31-23. The Diamondbacks 27-27. There are in entirety in the National League 1, 2, 3, 4 teams with a worse record than the Braves. If they take 2 out of 3 from Philly on the road over the next 3 days, then I will say the divisional crown, while improbable, is not impossible. If they drop 2 of the 3 in this 3-game set on the road at Philly, the divisional crown is out of the picture. It will be wild card only, a spot where the Braves are way down on the list and will have a ton of work to do. Of course, Ronald Acuna Jr. has been very good since he came back. A couple of spectacular defensive plays, went dong in his first 2 games back, but has not sparked the offense the way that Braves fans kept telling me, it's only May, Rob, relax. Yeah, well, it's not yet. We're actually going the wrong way since the return of Ronnie. So we'll talk more about this series later on in the day. Spencer Strider on the bump today for game 1 of a 3-game set. Let's go to chill. It's not gonna happen. It's just not. If me being angry about the Braves is what turns you off from this show, I will see you all in November. Item number 3. Talked about it back in hour number 1. I still think it is a very important conversation and therefore worthy of inclusion as item number 3 here on the Water Cooler Cheat
Baseball
Sheet.
goes to November?
Well, it goes through October.
Oh, okay.
That's when it will end, and therefore I will be unangry at the Braves in November.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I can hold a grudge. You are Colonel Grudge. You can call me like Private Grudge. The commissioner of the Southeastern Conference is Greg Sankey. Greg Sankey has one job and one job alone: do whatever Greg Sankey can do for the betterment and well-being of the Southeastern Conference. That is why when I say I think Greg Sankey is respectfully full of crap, I will absolutely say respectfully, and I will mean respectfully, I think he's full of crap. Greg Sankey, down in Destin, Florida, for the SEC's spring meetings, my old stomping ground, said over the weekend during a media availability period that the SEC is currently not committed to any one college football playoff format, whether it is the 4-4-2-2-1-1-3 model or any other model. He said there will be discussions held in the big private room amongst the SEC's athletic directors, head coaches, and school presidents this week, and maybe they'll have some clarification on what the plan is for the SEC. I don't believe Greg for a second. And I say that again respectfully. It's his job. I don't fault the guy for doing his job, which is enhance the SEC as much as he can. The reason I bring this up is nothing more than speculation. And if I am wrong, I will be honestly happy to be wrong. My suspicion is the reason that Greg Sankey is telling the media that the conference has not yet committed to a playoff format is because Greg Sankey has a job. Again, work for the betterment, the enhancement of the SEC. Well, what would be in the best interest of the SEC? Asking for more special treatment from the College Football Playoff Committee. That's his job. I don't fault him for it. Right now, the straight seating format, which we know is already approved and will go into effect this year. So at the end of the season, your 4 top-rated conference champs still get an auto qualifier, but they do not get the auto bye in round number 1. They will now play in round number 1 if they are not one of the 4 highest-rated teams. That is not what I think is the pushback. The other story going around is that it is widely believed by the college football talking heads that the 16-team playoff will go into effect next year. 2026 will be a 16-team college football playoff. And once we get there, we will have to determine what the auto bids look like. The most discussed model so far is, again, the 4-4-1-1-3. That is to say, 4-4-2-2-1-3. 4 to the SEC, 4 to the Big Ten, 2 to the ACC, 2 to the Big 12, 1 to the Group of 5, 3 at large. That's the plan right now that has got the most traction behind it. So why do I think that Greg Sankey is being a little disingenuous, or maybe not at all, when he says that the SEC has not committed to a format? I have one guess, which is Greg Sankey and the SEC are going to ask for, perhaps not receive, but are going to ask for more. I would not be shocked if sometime between now and around this time next off season, when the discussion is ongoing, all right, we are going to 16. What does that look like? If the SEC doesn't approach the CFP with an ask, can we go to a 5-5-2-2-1-1-1 model? Can we take one of the at-larges and give it to the SEC, one of the at-larges and give it to the Big 12, to the Big 10, let the SEC have their let the ACC have their 2, let the Big 12 have their 2, let the G5 have their 1, and then just have one at-large? I would not be shocked if the SEC ask for more, because it just means more. Now, do I think they'll get it? Probably not, because there is a saturation point, a point where fans of everybody that's not one of those 2 conferences goes, enough of this crap. You can't have over half of the field for 2 conferences while everybody else fights for the scraps. Will that matter? I don't know. Because, as you all know, the golden rule is, he who hath the gold maketh the rules. We'll talk more about that later on in the show. Hey, speaking of said Atlanta Braves, let's talk about them when we come back. This 3-game set, I firmly believe, yes, even on May 27th, dictates the rest of the schedule and possible postseason outcomes, and I'll tell you why I am, shockingly, not optimistic at all. Rob Alonzo and you, The Rob Brown Show, is live on the Fan Up State, baby. The 40-70 season was incredible. It was a memory. It was a run. I had so much fun watching it. I would trade 15 40-70 seasons for a World Series championship. But I'm just selfish like that. Give me 30 seconds, guys. We will be right back. Just because is a big part of the reason, or a big part of the argument, I honestly believe.
Yes, Kane, you're absolutely right. Paul McCartney was replaced by a lookalike. There's an entire documentary on it. Back in the day, my drummer just bugged me because you got to watch this. It's False Paul, also known as Fall.
Paul McCartney.
Yes, and, at the end of a certain song, it's backwards mask, and if you turn it around, it says Paul is dead repeatedly. So, it's right there. They told everybody.
They done tried to warn you.
Scott, apparently you like torture.
Speaking of
I escaped that room. I don't ever want to go back.
Speaking of documentaries, there is one, and I forget what service it's on. We started watching last night, but there's one about the Blue Angels.
Uh-huh.
And the footage they have in that is unbelievable.
No thanks.
It's unbelievable.
I was having trouble watching Mission Impossible in IMAX.
We missed the Angels. We thought we were going to get to see them fly by this weekend, and we missed them by like 10 miles. And so Courtney's on a Blue Angels kick. She really wanted to see him, so I got to take her back down there probably in November for their homecoming show. But we watched like 10 minutes of the doc, and it's unbelievable. We're going to finish it tonight. So the Atlanta Braves on a 3-game set starting today on the road at the Philadelphia Phillies. And I have already gone on the record and will state one more time that this 3-game set at Philly is easily the most important series of the first half of the season, in my ever so humble, yet frequently correct opinion. And the reason why is very simple. This series will require the Braves to come out of it at 500 if they want any chance of claiming the National League East crown again. Philly is 8.5 games up. And I think James, our community Philly fan, will agree with this, while the Phillies are notorious for Philliesing down the stretch late in season and opening the door for other NLS teams to make a run at them late, there is only so much of a cushion that you can give, so that if the Phillies do hit a skid where they drop 9 out of 10 or 12 out of 15 down the stretch when the pressure is on, a team that, by the way, while, yes, aging, while, yes, I think you are starting to see the ramifications of keeping this core of very good Phillies players together as long as they have, with age, as Lonzo would say, comes wisdom and experience. They know what it's like to crack down the stretch. They know what it is, at least I'd hope at this point, that has caused them to repeatedly crack down the stretch. And the likelihood of you as the Braves being able to count on Philly cracking down the stretch has, again, I think, decreased dramatically. But even if they do, you need to be within 5, 6, 7 games if you want that to matter. If you win this series, instead of being 8.5 back, 9.5 or 10.5 back, I do not think that it will matter any longer if the Braves make a late run towards the divisional title. I just don't think they will have enough gas in the tank to get there, which makes this 3-game set a 3-game set that you have your 1, 2, 3 going it makes it all that much more important. Spencer Strider back on the bump today, 0-2, a 5.79 ERA. But let us not forget, game number 1 was the first game that Spencer Strider threw in north of a year and a half after his Tommy John surgery. Game number 2 was the first game that he threw after nearly 3 weeks on the injured list with a strained hamstring. So, as I tweeted out during Spencer Strider's first game back from the injury, it's his first game back. It's his first game back. Of course, he's going to give up some runs in his first 4 innings back from his second long stint on the injured list. But he's now got one in the bag. You got him up against Ranger Suarez today. Ranger Suarez has been pretty good for the Philadelphia Phillies. He won his last time out, went 6.2 innings, surrendered 6 hits, no runs, K'd 6 in that performance on the season. He has started 4 games. He has pitched 24 innings, given up 22 hits, 10 runs, all earned, 1 dong, 7 walks, 23 Ks. So he is giving you about 1 strikeout per inning and one hit about every 1 1/3 inning. That is good. It is hittable, meaning that the Braves have to get something going. And remember, dating back to, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, when I was preparing to slam the panic button on the Atlanta Braves, I said, I'm going to give them a month. I'll give them a month before I hit the panic button. I also said, I understand. As you Bravos fans have been screaming at me since I lifted the plastic lid, didn't push the big red panic button, but lifted the plastic lid off of it, like in those movie scenes right before they hit the nuclear code. They got like the secure little piece of plastic so nobody bumps the button, but then they got to lift that thing up to actually get to the button. I lifted the cover off. I didn't press it, but I lifted the cover off. And you guys said, wait a minute, Rob. Wait a minute. You don't have Spencer Strider, your ace, your numero uno guy, the first man up in your rotation. You don't have Ronald Acuna Jr., 2 years removed from winning the National League's most valuable player award in his 40-70 season, the membership of which is just him. When you get those guys back, then you'll get a pretty good idea of where the team is. And I decided to do my darndest to believe all of you who said, Rob, you are just being one person called me fear merchant for the Atlanta Braves. You're being a fear merchant. And listen, I've said when it comes to sports radio, there are effectively 3 types of host, and you can listen to any host and get within a couple of segments, which they are. There's Stat Guy. Stat Guy is the guy who does all of his analysis of the game through X's, O's, and numbers. There's the antagonist. The antagonist is the guy that gets on the mic and he goes, hey, you know your favorite team? Here's all the reasons they suck and are bad. And then there's the protagonist. Your protagonist is usually your guy who is on the air in the market of the team that he talks most about. Your protagonist are usually the guy that's on the flagship station of your favorite team. The guy that even when your team stinks is on there going, 1-2 decisions and we're an undefeated team. Just one more guy and we're a championship team, even if your team is sub 500. Just one more guy. I don't elect, to the chagrin of a number of people that I've worked for in years gone by, I don't elect to be any one of those 3 archetypes of sports talk radio host. I prefer to have a little bit of the stat guy who looks at the X's and O's, the Jimmys and the Joes, the numbers on the field, and says, here's what you can infer and take away from those, while also saying, hey, if your team is doing well, we will talk about how well they're doing. And if your team is doing poorly, we will talk about why they're doing poorly and what, if anything, they can do to correct it. I am not trying to be an Atlanta Braves antagonist. Quite the opposite. I would love nothing more than be a protagonist. The Atlanta Braves are one of just a few teams that, even though I am capable of and regularly do take off my fan cap to be an objective sports talk radio host, this may shock you. Rob Brown, the dude, he likes baseball a lot more when his baseball team doesn't stink. He likes baseball a lot more when his baseball team is good. The reason I I know. The reason that I hammer on the Atlanta Braves is because I want them to be good. It's kind of like when your kid comes home with an F on the report card. You go after them harder than you would anybody else. And it's not because you don't love them. Quite the opposite. You hammer on them because you do love them and you want them to do better. And you know they can do better. That's where I'm at. So you Bravos fans that said, just wait, Rob, you fear merchant, as if I want this team to be bad. Listen, there are a lot of radio hosts that love when the team they cover is bad because it gives them just fuel for the fire. Because nothing gets people more engaged and active in sports talk radio than anger. That is why there are so many hot take artists out there, because it is a cheap, easy way to get you guys upset and angry, and therefore working the phone lines and the text lines. Again, not my style. To each their own. I want my team to be good. I want it to be good so that I can come in here and, instead of getting bagged on by Zoe for being a guy who has a abnormally high blood pressure because of my team, I can just enjoy it. Well, here's the thing. I'm still not pushing the panic button as it is May 27th. I will tell you, the runway on that is very short. The runway on the panic button is running out of asphalt, out of tarmac right now. Because you have now got Spencer Strider back. Granted, he has thrown one game since his return from injury number 2. Will we see a Cy Young finalist caliber Spencer Strider on the bump today? You better hope so. We have gotten Ronald Acuna back. Ronnie has been mashing taters since he showed back up. First at bat, first game back, first swing on the first pitch of the ball game, Ronnie launched one 460 plus into center field. I stopped what I was doing, hanging out with my little brother down in Florida this weekend, who is a Cubs fan because I assume my mother dropped them on his head as a child. I stopped what I was doing with my little brother and said, watch this, because of how hard he mashed that baseball. Here's the thing. Ronnie coming back was supposed to be the spark for this team. It was supposed to be the boost to the lineup that was going to take the pressure off of everybody else. Not everybody else had to press anymore. Guys didn't have to go out there and feel like it was big stick or nothing. Guys didn't feel like everybody had to be the hero every at bat because, hey, how many times can a guy go out there, mash a tater, and the Braves win 1-0 or 2-1? So Ronnie goes out, sends one 460 to center field. Everything's great. The vibes are high, and the Braves did not score another run and lost that game. See, I was told there was going to be a spark. There was going to be an explosion. It's only been a few games. Again, not pushing the red button because, hey, chemistry takes time. It takes time for guys to find their role, for guys to find their timing. Some guys get shifted up and back in the lineup. Guys that were batting 1 are now batting 5. Guys that were batting 5 are now batting 9. It puts you into different situations in the batter's box. There's all these different variables, and they all have to be figured out. They all have to be felt out. They all have to be accounted for, and guys have to get used to being in their role, get comfortable being in their role. I'm going to give it a little bit more time. But this 3-game set against a team that has an 8.5 game lead on you in late May. If you go to Philly, one of the toughest place to play in Major League Baseball, I acknowledge it. if you go to Philly and you get swept or you only take one of the three and you walk out of there down 9.5, 10.5, 11.5 full games, the hunt for the divisional crown will be over because there is such a thing as too big of a cushion. Remember back to April, late April, when the Braves were losing dumb games and I came in here and yelled about it and you guys said, oh, Rob, there's a lot of baseball. It's only April. I don't disagree. But every one of those dumb April losses added to an 8.5 game lead the Phillies hang over Atlanta right now and are playing better baseball. So now you've created this world where if you go to Philly and you drop two of the three or baseball gods forgive all three and you find yourself in a double-digit hole a month out from the All-Star game, there is no more hunt for the divisional crown at this point. Philly's gonna Philly at some point, but if you give them a double-digit cushion lead before the break, there's no chance you're climbing back out of that, all right? You're hunting for a wild card. And at this point, you are the fourth worst team. Sorry, fourth from the bottom team in the National League. Even that is a deal. John Dog says, Rob, that is a big hot take not even halfway through the season. Yeah, it is, and it's not wrong. 11.5 games is too many to overcome. Texas said, Fear Merchant is a good one. I'm an Angels fan. I threw in the towel weeks ago. I assume so. What, like 2022? Feels like about that time? Sorry, Angels fan. I don't mean to pile on. It's bad enough. Here, I'll make your day better. Sports Flash.
Yeah, that was, wow. That was piling on for sure. Carolina Hurricanes staved off elimination with a 3-0 win over the Florida Panthers last night. Defense was the highlight, allowing just 20 shots, all of them stopped by Frederick Anderson. It's pretty good. Carolina is in the hole 3-1 and will try to continue the series at home tomorrow night. The Oklahoma City Thunder are one win away from an NBA Finals appearance after a 128-126 win over Minnesota last night. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored 40 and Jalen Williams had 34. And now the Thunder are up 3-1 with Game 5 tomorrow night in OKC. The LA Braves, also known as the Atlanta Braves, will open a 3-game division set against Philadelphia on the road this evening. Atlanta dropped 3 of 4 against the Padres to move them 2 games back of 500. Spencer Strider is expected to get the nod today against Ranger Suarez. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show is next. The ink in the printer is fading, so I can't read my print. We have many printers in the building. It's not like, but, you know, I, for some reason, only have it set up for downstairs also. I don't know who did that, so, but I ain't going downstairs. So I'll just read it off the screen. This makes it harder to watch the time. Hotel. There you go.
Shelter in Greenville County that accepts animals regardless of their condition, behavior, or circumstances.
Thought of one of my favorite takes slash promos slash Lonzo segments because I was watching on Wednesday or Thursday last week some WNBA late at night, and there was a possession for the Fire where Angel Reese grabbed, and I went back and watched it 4 times to make sure I counted accurately.
How many rebounds she got for herself?
5 rebounds on one possession. 5 offensive rebounds on one possession. 5. Before she finally kicked the ball out for somebody else to shoot and make a 3.
It's hate speech. You can't be negative about Angel Reese.
Dude, it was unbelievable.
They may invest
Because she ended up, I think, with 14 or 15 boards in that game. 5 of them came in one possession. It was like on top of the fact that you got 5 in one, that also means you only got 9 the rest of the game.
It was pretty sad. The other team couldn't just like reach over and grab them, but she's like under there going.
She got blocked. Oh, that was 5 rebounds, and she got blocked twice on the same possession. So she actually shot 7 times in one possession. There is a debate happening right now that I have seen, I have heard a number of times, but I experienced it for the first time over this weekend. The debate about grown men wearing sports jerseys. So I didn't know that this was like, I thought it was one of those dumb things we argue about on social media, but apparently this conversation is taking place specifically and primarily. And you know I love you ladies, especially those of you that are Armada members because you know ball. That's why you're here. But specifically amongst the non-sports inclined women of America. So this past weekend, had an appointment on Friday morning. The lady friend got off of work on Friday, and she said, you know what, it's a long weekend. I would like to go sit and drink rum on the beach. And I said, I can make that happen. So we decided spontaneously last minute on Friday to throw the dogs in the car and head on down to the lovely Florida Panhandle and spend a couple of days sipping and enjoying the sunshine on America's most beautiful beaches. And so we did just that. Well, of course, my family lives down there. And on Saturday, after a few hours in the sunshine, because my family is there, we said, well, let's go get dinner. And then we'll go get drinks with the little brother and his wife. So we did. Well, the sister-in-law had a couple of her longtime friends in town. So it ended up being a group of myself, my wife, my little brother, his wife, and 2 of her friends. Well, it being Saturday, the lady friend and I haven't been on the beach for a number of hours that morning. Rob decided to go out. He is going to be lazy. I got nobody to impress. I don't live in this town. The only person I care about is with me, and she does not care if I wear a jersey. So Rob Brown adorned to go out, as he does when he goes back to Florida, a Greenville Triumph jersey, which is customized with my own name and number. So we were out at the bar, and one of the girls that was with the brother's wife, my sister-in-law, one of the girls says, "Oh, do you play for that team?" And I said, "No, I'm just a big fan. I'm in the supporters section. I play the drums at their games. They're just my soccer team that I love to support." And she said, "Oh, you don't play for them. I said, no, I do not. And she said, well, then why are you wearing their jersey? To which I responded, because I like the team, because I am a fan, and because it says Greenville Triumph on the crest. And even though I am from here, I do like going out in my Greenville sports stuff because of the number of times I've been stopped by people that go, tell me about that team, or, oh, hey, I'm from South Carolina, or, as has happened a couple of times when I've worn my Drive jersey back home, by people that go, hey, I am also a fan and want to have a conversation about it. And I love talking to people out in public, so that's a conversation starter. And this young lady who, and I will give her credit, we had a number of other conversations throughout the evening. We've been out a couple of hours at this point, and she and I were kind of ribbing each other back and forth. We were just having a good time. She's a nice girl. She says, I just think it's so cringe, which is a verb and also an adjective, I guess. She said, I just think it's so cringe when dudes wear jerseys of teams they're not on.
Did you ask her if she's ever worn a band T-shirt?
I'm coming to that.
Okay.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm coming to that. So, coincidentally enough, because Big Brother is always watching and listening, last night, the wife and I got home from our weekend roadie down to the beach. We got home about 8 o'clock last night, so I sat down on the couch after we got the car unpacked and the dogs all situated. I got set up on the couch in the Bro Cave to partake in a little NBA and NHL playoffs. I didn't get to watch a lot over the weekend. I listened to a lot of it on the radio. I took in a lot of YouTube video highlight packages and whatnot, but you know, I got some sports ball games to catch up on from the weekend. So, as I sat down, I did what I normally do at night, which is I put one game on the big TV, one game on the slightly less big TV, and then whatever else is going on the baby TV off on the side, and then I start getting the show ready for the next day. And so I popped onto social media because, you know, that's where the people are talking about the sport, to see what was going on in the public perception of sport. I figured there was going to be a lot because of the announcement of the college football playoffs going to the straight seeding, because there's a lot going on in the NFL with rookie minicamps coming to their conclusion, and everybody's starting to look forward to camp and evaluate draft picks. And of course, Major League Baseball is in the heat of the meat and potatoes of the season right now. Maybe not the most dramatic, but certainly the most impactful stretch of baseball, yada, yada, yada. And so I started cruising around the social media universe. And one of the things that I do is I go to Instagram and I scroll through Reels, because sports shows across America take impactful segments and they clip them up and they put 45, 60, 1 minute, 2 minute segments together and they put them up on social media. And there was a conversation going on 680 The Score in Atlanta, Georgia, that happened to be about this exact same topic. There is a show in Atlanta that features a gentleman as the host and two young ladies that I don't know if they are co-hosts or if they are contributors or what. But the one of the two young ladies brought up that she also finds it to be cringe when grown men wear jerseys. And it escalated as the young man hosting the show was actively wearing an Atlanta Braves Ronald Acuna Jr. jersey. It turned into this conversation. Now, it is a bit of a lengthy clip, but I wanted to make sure I allowed the full debate to get in, and then I would like to get your thoughts on it. And I clicked the wrong button. Hold, please, 680 The Score, while I get everything settled up. Dadgummit. So many buttons. So the conversation goes, with this lady effectively saying it's not cool for dudes to wear jerseys. And bro says,
wear jerseys to sporting events. We're not talking about going to get groceries. We're not talking while he's out cutting the grass. We're not talking about if he's playing, flag football in his own yard with other grown men on a Tuesday night after work. We're talking about guys who go to work, provide for their families, and the little kid in them is the last remnants of their lifetime as a sports fan with a jersey on. And y'all have a problem with men doing
Listen, just say it out loud that you don't have an athletic bone in your body.
Well, I mean,
just say it out loud, and you know what? I'll give you a little leeway. I'll let you wear that Michael Penix jersey on a Sunday.
At one point, we all had some athletic ability. Now, you two, I think this is coming from you two.
Well, all men think they have athletic ability. That's not true.
We did at one point.
That's not true. I have gotten in fights with men at bars about that. This man was like, "I'm the most athletic person here," and I said, "What'd you play in college?" She goes, "Oh, well, I played D2, but quit after a year." And you're telling me you're more athletic than me, who played D1 for 4 years and won a Big 12 championship? Miss me with that.
You had to drop the championship ring on.
I mean, listen, if we're going to sit here and go toe for toe.
Aren't you supposed to have fun at a game, at an event? Isn't that
you
the whole
don't have
point?
fun in polos or T-shirts.
That seems a little bit more dressy.
You can have fun and not cosplay.
Well, that's not cosplaying. Put it on a jersey of your favorite player. Now that's a shot. That's a shot at every man walking around and driving around, taking care of his family, sitting in a sales office or going out to try to make a buck to keep the lights on. Now y'all want to laugh and make judgment on guys
laughing
who
and
wear
making
jerseys?
judgment. We're trying to help you out.
My God.
See, Kelly's being nice about it.
I will say, you're going to get a lot of allies with this. I know you do because there's more men
I'm going to get
driving
haters
around in their cars right now thinking, well, I wear jerseys to game. We're not saying we laugh at you. And hey, if you're married and or not looking, then good on you. Then keep on wearing those. If you're wondering why you step up to a girl after a Braves game in your jersey and offer to buy her a drink and she's like, I'm good, we're just trying to help you out. That's the problem.
And think about it a little bit. You're wearing a Ronald Acuna Jr. jersey, right? He has no idea who you are. And something about that makes me just giggle so hard.
So, I got a couple of different thoughts.
I want my time back. You made me listen to how annoying, judgmental, and stupid was that?
So I had a couple of responses. Number one, as you know, I'm 5 years removed from the dating game, and a lot can change in pop culture in 5 years. I don't remember this being a conversation when I was in the game. And that's from somebody who has worn jerseys for a long time. But I do know the conversation has been going on for a long time because I have a very dear friend who lives down in Mobile, Alabama, big Alabama Crimson Tide guy who is very anti-jersey with the take of it is weird to wear another man's name on your back. However, if you wear a jersey that does not have another man's name on the back, it's just a shirt, which, all right, again, like I still think that's a little insecure, and I've told him that before. I still think that's a little insecure, but at least I can understand where you were coming from. But the first thought that I had was exactly the same as the first thought that Lonzo had, which is, and I don't mean to generalize or stereotype, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But, ma'am, if you've ever worn a Taylor Swift shirt, or a Stevie Nicks shirt, or any of these other iconic women in entertainment, of whomst shirts I have worn, do wear, etc., Tay-Tay don't know you exist either. Okay? Stevie Nicks doesn't know you exist either. That's a really dumb argument. Second off, and this is where I would have the conversation with the young fellas out there. Young bucks, listen to Uncle Rob for just a minute. Women are awesome, all right? I'm a big fan personally. They're awesome. And I think it is not just cool, but important to be a feminist, all right? To fight on behalf of equality for everyone. I'm good with that. But this is toxic. This is toxic. Even for old Liberob the woke warrior, this is toxic. This whole concept is toxic. And I will give you the reaction that I had that was so violent in me that I broke one of my cardinal rules of social media browsing for the sake of the show, which is don't comment. Don't read the comments. Don't leave a comment. Don't reply to comments. The chief mistake that this young lady made in this situation is thinking that for a good and gosh darn second, any dude who wants to wear a jersey, Braves, Falcons, Saints, Tigers, Gamecocks, whatever, should give a fraction of a second of thought to anyone who has this take. Who cares? Who cares? I have never once strapped on a jersey outside of maybe a few of my high school playing days. I have never once strapped on a jersey as a fan and thought to myself, oh, I wonder what the ladies are going to think about this. I don't care. I never have cared.
It's not just the ladies. There are some guys that are judgmental about that too. We've had some of them working in this building, maybe even having worked on this station. And when I put my clothes on in the morning or I lay them out the night before, I could care less what anyone else thinks about it. I'm wearing it because I like it. And I get it if you're – I've been married 32 years, so I don't know about this dating game thing that you speak of. But I don't think everyone's as judgmental as that girl is. I'd like to believe that most people are open-minded and don't have that kind of an attitude. And it's probably an optimistic belief, but I just don't think everyone's like that.
I very much am envious of the Emperor of Optimism, Lonzo, and living in the world where he gives credit to human beings for positivity, because I'm out of it. What I will say is this. Again, don't care. And it is a conversation. And I will say that I think a lot of people who have this opinion only have this opinion because other people on the internet have the opinion. Hey, listen, groupthink is real. Crowdthink is real. Mob mentality is real. It's a phenomenon. It's a real thing. And so I think it is one of those things that a lot of people have this take because other people have this take. But if you genuinely have this take, that's okay. I live in the real world. I understand that there are times where I do have to select clothing based on the outward impression that it will give to people. If I am going to go out and go try to, say, and for instance, sell this show to some people, there are some people that I know, you know what? I need to go home and I need to put on, nice slacks and a collared shirt and do my hair and trim up the facial hair, yada, yada, yada. And then there are other people that if I'm going to go sell this show with one of our salespeople, I'm going to show up in a jersey with my name on the back because I know this guy's a big sports guy and he's going to go, yo, dope jersey, and you have it personalized? I get all that. I understand all that. But it was the first time this weekend that I had somebody tell me, and again, not in the dating game, was literally sitting next to my wife during this conversation. But she said, I find it so cringe when dudes wear jerseys of teams that they're not on. Ladies, let me clue you in on something real quick.
Was this lady like 18 or 19?
She was probably in her mid-20s.
Okay,
I think.
Because saying cringe is kind of, I think that's
yeah, I mean, listen,
passé.
I can't bust on people for saying things that are lesser than their age scale. I do it all the time. No cap.
In my mind, she sounds like a Valley girl. So that's just like so cringe. I don't know why you wear the jersey.
It's a very popular pop culture expression. It is what it is. My takeaway from that moment, though, was, ladies, let me give you a bit of advice. I gave some to the Young Bucks. Let me give some to you. Here's my advice. At the end of the day, all men, yes, even the most successful amongst us, even the powerful ones, the rich and famous ones, at the end of the day, every now and then you just got to let us be a dude. All right? Just let us be. If you let us be a boy every now and then, we're going to be a better man for it. If you make us repress that side of us, if you make us repress the side of us that loves baseball and wants to wear a jersey and go play catch, if you repress. I saw a clip the other day that was going around on social and just women dunking on this guy. It was this lady, and she posted a clip of her and her guy at the beach. She's like, we went to the beach. I packed everything up. He shows up. He opens a bag up. I'm like, what's he going for? This dude pulled out an RC bulldozer and was building piles of sand on the beach with a remote control.
So
yeah,
cool.
I'm like, dude, that's awesome. That guy's having the time of his life. And with this lady who posted her husband to get blasted by other ladies on social media doesn't understand that, if she just lets this dude go play with his little RC bulldozer and build sandcastles with it, When it's time to go home and be a man at night, that dude's going to be in the best mood of his life. He just had a ball. But if you put him on blast on the internet, he's going to have to repress that side. He's going to be an angry dude for the rest of it. Just let us be a bro. And if that means we want to throw on a Ronnie jersey because Ronnie helped us win our last World Series we're probably ever going to see in my freaking lifetime, then let us be a dude. Let us get that boyish side out, and then we'll be a better man the rest of the ride. Fellas, if you want to wear a gosh darn jersey, wear the gosh darn jersey with pride. I'm doing it right now. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in a minute. Let's do an audio blitz. Let's take a listen to some of the audio we've picked up over the past couple of days on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
You know, another counter is just take the jersey off in front of her. No matter how big and sloppy you are or otherwise, just take it off and say, is that better? You good now? I didn't want to offend you, so I took it off. So, so we good now?
Rob Brown does go tank top undershirt under the jersey, but didn't always do that. Used to be just a shirt by itself guy, and I wouldn't want to intimidate every other dude in the bar.
All right, so it's better if you are big and sloppy and you take your shirt off. Because then she'll really be offended. So, and you had no shot anyway. If someone's that kind of judgmental, you really don't want that person.
I would say
because once she found that problem with you, she's gonna find something else. Why are you wearing those shoes? She's gonna okay. You want the perfect man? Go make one.
I would agree with that take. In that, I love sports. Jerseys are a big part of the attire. So if you just go ahead and take yourself off the candidacy list from the beginning, you are saving me and you both time, energy, and effort that we might otherwise have put in and then figured out after date number 1, oh, he wears jerseys, gross. Oh, she thinks wearing jerseys is gross. Gross.
Oh, yeah. See, that's the other thing. If the girl says that, just reach your hand out, shake her hand, and say, thank you. Thank you, because I almost wasted my time with you. And now you've helped me. Now I can go, I can move on somewhere else. Thank you.
Technically, the Braves won without Acuna. Yes, that is true. You are correct. He was out with his ACL number 1 that season. You are correct. Thank you for the correction. But I was just speaking on the fly, obviously there. Spike Callahan, LRF legend, says, at least my wife married me before she started trying to change me. Yes. Now, I will say this. I think I've had the philosophy for a very long time that men marry women thinking they will never change, and they do. And women marry men thinking that they will change, and they won't. And finding the balance between the two is a very delicate and important dance to go through. Which is why, and again, I met my wife when I was already 35 years old, but I told her up front at the beginning, I am a sports guy. My exact quote was, however much you think is a lot of sports to watch, triple that and you're getting close to what I do, and that's never going to stop. So if watching that much sports is a red flag for you, let's just not go on date number 1. Let's save ourselves both the time. And she was like, no, I like sports. I'm good with that. Now, I still think there are days where she is getting used to just how much sports there are, especially right now when there are NBA and NHL playoffs both going on every night of the week for about 2 months. I think she's kind of getting to the point where she's like, okay, he wasn't joking, but this isn't a new song and dance for her. And there has never been a point in time where she said, can you not watch something? Now, there have been points in time where I've said, you know what, I'm going to skip this game or these games tonight to take you out because I haven't taken you out in a while. Let's go do something, whatever. And I do think it is important, fellas, that you make some sports sacrifices for your lady. But I also think it is important that you make sure before you get to that level of an established relationship that who you are, and what you do for recreation, including watching a lot of sports, is on the front burner.
By the way, I think probably 99% of the jerseys in my closet my wife bought for me. So, I mean.
Yeah, but we've established you have a unicorn.
Oh, I do.
We've established.
I saw this jersey, thought you would like it. You're right. I do.
The audio blitz, the best audio we have picked up since the last time we did the blitz, and there is no shortage of it today as we have not done an audio blitz since last Thursday, so let us dive right in. Speaking of boys being the boys, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s podcast, you remember back during the pandemic, back during the coronavirus in 2020, sports, all of them, were trying to find ways that they could survive, that they could make it out the other side and still be a thing. And I said at the time and say now, I don't think that any sport that was unable to play did a better job of that than NASCAR. I think NASCAR did a fantastic job. NASCAR said, okay, we can't do races. We can't get everybody at the track, but it is our season. What do we do? How do we make this entertaining? Well, one of the things they did was they started running, instead of actual races on actual racetracks, they started running iRacing, electronic racing, virtual racing, where they had actual NASCAR drivers get in their video game rigs and race on a computer. But they presented them as the real race. They had the real play-by-play guys calling real play-by-play, the real color guys. They had tech guys they brought in to kind of explain the systems and blah, blah, blah. I thought it was great. So did Dale Earnhardt Jr., who was one of the guys that was involved in that whole process. He had a group of his fellas on because there were other races, not just the ones that went on the big networks, but they were doing other televised races. They had John Force that was racing in NASCAR. They had celebrities show up and involve themselves in these races. It was very cool. And the fellas last week on Dale's pod were talking about the boys being the boys playing their video games.
The online races that we did back during the COVID, and I got a chance to race at Indy with you guys. Listening to y'all talk to each other, just sitting there and practicing stuff, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe talking. Like, Will Power just unloading on people.
And, but like for real, like yes. I had to log off because we are going to fight.
We're all rolling down pit road to our little stalls at the end of the race. Everyone on there, especially Will Power, was name calling like crazy.
Do you remember that Lando Norris came to race, and he's a sim racer since he was a little kid, so there's no comparison.
Yeah.
And he was leading the race. We're like, Pagano was like, this guy's not going to win this thing. He's not going to come here. So we crash him. And the name dropping, they came again, the name calling. We was like, yeah, like, it was
awesome.
I'm like, guys, we have other people
Will seems
here.
like he has a short fuse anyways. So.
And very passionate, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, but he's like, I said, we was just an online race. I don't care.
Y'all know.
It's like it was.
Yeah. The online races that we did back during the COVID.
The boys will be, I love that. They said straight up, Will Power was in there. We were not going to let that guy win. So everybody in the race ganged up to wreck him out of it. Just everybody in the race was like, nope, that guy can't win. I love that because it shows even like I said, the powerful, the professional, the celebrity, the well-known, at the end of the day, they're just fellas. They're just the boys. So I can't tell you how many games because I'm an online gamer that plays with the boys, right? I play multiplayer games. We play the show. We play NHL. We play Madden. We play college football, whatever it is. And can't tell you how many times 2, 3, 4, 5 of the boys get together to play a game, and we'll have a text thread going with everybody except one guy in the game, and we're like, yo, everybody get that guy. Everybody get that. Forget everything else. Just go get that guy. Just to set that guy off and get him mad. It's the best. So I love that a bunch of professional racers were like,
so messed
bleep that
up,
guy.
Dude.
I know.
No, that's just wrong. That's got to violate the bro code somewhere.
No, I think it is a full enforcement of the bro code.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if we jumped in an online game with a bunch of randos and they started going after him, no, that's our guy. We're coming to get you back.
All right.
But if it's you and the boy, it's that SEC mentality. We can talk crap about our teams. You can't. You ain't one of us. You ain't like that. You ain't got that. Kevin Garnett is a very famous NBA basketball player. You may have heard of him.
Speaking of talking stuff. Yes.
Speaking of talking stuff, Kevin Garnett is a very famous basketball player. Plays some basketball right here in our area, of course. Ended up going on to become a Timberwolves and Celtics, et cetera, legend. KG was on his pod with Paul Pierce last week. They had a couple of guests on, and they asked KG, hey, you still playing ball?
When was the last time you played basketball?
I played basketball probably 2 months ago. I was walking past, and Lifetime kid said something real cute. I went in there, boned his ass, and walked out. That's why I keep the dust off this thing for all you bums out there thinking it's sweet.
This is at Lifetime Fitness.
Straight up. What?
Yo.
What you say? Man,
Yo.
check.
Yo,
bum ass out of here,
why I believe that
work
story?
on your game.
was the last time you played?
KG said, I was walking by a court. Some young kids started talking smack, so I walked out there, busted him up for about 21, and then left. That's why I keep the dust knocked off this thing. I got to tell you, we were on the beach on Saturday, lady friend and I. We went to the beach. She loves to walk around in the water and look for seashells. It's her favorite beach activity. Mine is sitting in the sand in the little hole that I dug and drinking a gallon of Bahama Mamas and enjoy the sunshine, which I did. And then after about 3 hours of sitting on the beach, it was like, all right, I got to pee. I got to get up and go to the water. Got to go get in the Gulf of Mexico and do my thing.
All right, it's Gulf of America. And this is the second time that you've said that. So you're getting up and going into the ocean to pee.
Where do you do it? It's 1,000 gallons of water.
By the way, I don't have a problem with it, okay? It's just that you've admitted to it twice. And is a fish pee in the ocean all the time.
It's not a pool.
No, I get it. I get it. It's
just so we're clear, I'm anti-pee in the pool guy. I am pro-pee in the beach guy, all right?
I don't know. If you're willing to pee to pee in the ocean, you're probably willing to pee in the pool.
No, I am anti-pee in the pool guy. If you got to pee, don't pee in the pool. Other people are in there, even if it is coordinated, and that's the exact reason for it.
I'm just picturing Rob standing up and walking out and just standing waist deep and everyone knowing what you're doing.
Yeah, pretty much. But you know what? So is everybody else there.
Oh,
everyone there.
Every guy who walked out there to pee in the ocean.
No one has ever stood up and walked away from the Gulf of Mexico to walk up the boardwalk, down and around to go to the bathroom, which is just dirty and gross because it's beach people. All right? Nobody's ever done that. You walk out in the Gulf and you go to the bathroom. So I go to the point
is... It's no longer dirty and gross because it's now the Gulf of America, which makes it beautiful.
So I went out into the Gulf of Mexico and I peed. But to get up out of that sand, when I tell you it took me a minute. I had to, first off, I dig a little hole. You dig a little hole for the butt. So it's like a recliner, right?
What? You grew up on the beach, so I guess you are the expert.
Yeah.
So I should learn from you.
You dig a little recliner into the sand. All right.
I do that naturally because of weight. But anyway,
beautiful sand, best sand, beautiful sand. Dig a little hole in the sand, little recliner. Sit down in there, drink your Bahama Mamas, whatever. Buddy, I made every old man sound in the game trying to climb my fat ass up out of that hole. It took me a while. Just every and oof that came out of my body. It was pathetic. Point is, here's my man KG.
So you didn't yell at her and go, "Why didn't you come and help me up?"
No, it's my fault. I let myself get the way that I am, and
you could have rolled to the water, right?
No, that's why I got back down to 210, so people would stop trying to roll me in. All right, let's get one more in here. Let's go away from sports just a little bit. Let's go to Australia. Aussie. Kyle McGann is a member, or was a member of Parliament, an MP as they refer to him in Australia. Kyle McGann's last day as an MP was last week, and Kyle McGann said farewell to the Australian Parliament in the way that only an Aussie can.
I thought so long and hard about how I will finish this speech, and I'm used to getting told off, so we might as well get this over and done with. But I would like to say to the members and the constituents across WA, thank you for 2 fantastic terms. Cheers.
Order, members. Order. The Honourable Kyle McGinn will take his seat. Now, the Honourable member is very well aware that he ran a very fine line in offending the dignity of the council, so I assume his speech has concluded.
So, what Kyle McGann did there on the floor of the Australian Parliament, though, is his farewell shot after 2 terms serving. Took off his shoe, popped the brewski, and did a selly shoey right there on the floor of Parliament. Did a shoey on his way out, and old Karen, the MP president, was like, "That's enough, mate. It's not going to fly here."
I saw this out of the corner of my eye as I was leaving the office, and I could have swore that was Chris Farley. I could have sworn that was Chris Farley drinking out of his boot.
It would have looked like it, but that was an active, well, at the time, for another 30 seconds, apparently, active member of Australian Parliament who said, "I'm on my way out. Why not pop a shoey for my last time on the floor. And I got to tell you, I've made an argument for like 8, 9, 10 years now. I think we in America should strive to make politics boring again. I think politics should be boring. I think you should not be enthralled by politics. You should feel obligated to partake, to be educated, to be informed, and to make good decisions with your vote. But it should be boring. It should be boring as hell unless we're going to start having congressional members popping cellies and doing shotguns on the floor, in which case I'm all in.
Yeah,
either make it a full-on frat bro rager or make it old and boring, not anywhere in the middle.
Politics are already boring. So on your last day on the air, if you know when your last day on the air is going to be, because chances are neither one of us will. But if you knew, would you do a shoey?
If I knew, if it was one of those things where I come into the studio knowing I am walking off today, I'm done. I'm not telling the bosses. I'm not telling Lonzo. I am just going to hit the end of the day and be like, mic drop, bleep, y'all, I'm out. Yeah, I wouldn't do a shoey. I would do a shotgun. I'm a shotgun guy. I would shotgun a brewski for as long as I could until Lonzo turned every button on that board yellow and said, get the hell out of my building.
That would probably be pretty quick. But, I mean, the shoey you might get away with because I would just be so stunned.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'd forget to do anything. Yeah.
The shotgun takes like prep and work. The shoey, it's just like, done, let's go. Congrats.
Shotgun's also messy. If you're talking about the bottom of the can kind of shotgun, yeah, that can go everywhere if you're not good at it.
I am. Listen,
by the way, don't ever shotgun a Verner's.
Wouldn't think of it.
Yeah, we saw it on a movie once, so we tried Pepsi and Coke and stuff like that. We didn't drink. We tried a Verner's, and I thought I was going to die.
Listen, beer isn't any better. It's just all about the moment. I don't know what Kyle McGann's political philosophy are. I don't know if I agreed or disagreed with any decision he made. I do know I agree with that one. Well done, young man. What a walk-off shot. All right, got a couple of sports-related topics when we come back. One that we got to a little bit at the end of last week, but I wanted to bring it back up. John Skipper, former president of ESPN, made a comment on the Pablo Torres pod that is going to cost you money at some point in the near future. I'll tell you what that is next on The Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
I get that was partially my fault, but that was 3 beds.
I had to give my man his send-off for the greatest walk-off in political history.
Will there be copycats? It's good to know that Australia is much like Great Britain and how stodgy they are with it. Yeah, we probably are too.
The thing is, with the very limited experience I have with Australian politics, and the majority of that just being when a member of parliament does some hilarious stuff like that, from what I understand, maybe the actual popping and consumption of a brewski is a bit beyond the norm, but like their parliament's pretty much like Britain's, where it's just like burn each other unmercifully on the floor until somebody gives up. Which in a weird way I respect. I kind of wish our politics was a little bit more conflict driven, but not like the boring conflict like we do it. I mean, like,
you want them going back to wearing wigs and screaming at each other and doing a lot of this.
I'm saying straight up roast battle on the floor of Congress. We should dictate our politics by roast battles.
Does happen a little bit.
No, our roast battles are boring. I'm talking about like Eminem v. MGK roast battles. Roast battles where when it's over, somebody has to leave politics because there's just no coming back from that. I saw MGK's most recent music video. Yeah, he can't come back. M ended him.
I saw a glimpse of it.
The car wash video?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
Like, okay, I didn't realize it was him.
The music's worse than the video.
It looked like, I didn't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like he had less tattoos than what I thought, so I didn't think it was him.
I'm at the point where, and I don't use this term very often, but when I do, it is appropriate. I'm at the point now where I'm like, MGK is trying so hard to whitewash his image now. He's like, I got to get out of the rap game entirely because Eminem ruined my opportunity to be a rapper. And it's hysterical.
Or he lost his girl and it just really messed him up. Remember who his girl was?
Yeah, but that all came after M cooked him.
Oh, okay.
All of that came after he decided to try to go toe-to-toe with the best flame artist of all time, M. And this may shock you, but he lost
I think I was out of all that in the early 2000s. Now
I was too.
Now I just listen to podcasts and occasionally hear some music that I go, that sounds pretty cool. Let me listen to it on Spotify.
I was too, but the M diss track on Machine Gun Kelly went so bleeping hard.
You know, as I sat there yesterday, unable to move and knowing that I needed to stand up somehow, and there was no one to help me stand up after, and my arms cramped later that night from jigsawing. I'm a grandpa. It's okay to be old and be struggling. I don't know why you get so mad at yourself. I'm like, I'm pushing 60. Should I be able to kip up? No.
To kip up.
No, I should not be able to kip up. It would be kind of cool. I couldn't do that when I was in shape, but still.
Did not get to spend as much time on this last week as I would have liked or that we should have. So, hey, never too late to get to the good stuff. John Skipper is the former Skipper, president of ESPN. And John Skipper, every now and then, makes an appearance on the Pablo Finds Out podcast. It is a podcast done by former ESPN personality Pablo Torres, which, depending on the crowd you're talking to, has a mixed reception. I really enjoy it. I will also acknowledge that over the past couple of weeks, I think my boy Pablo has been going a little hard in the paint on the hoodie story, but I also understand
he's kind of aligned with your way of thinking. So, I mean, but that's why you watch something or you listen to something, because they're into what you're into.
Maybe fair, maybe not. I just think, honestly, he does a good sports talk show. And no, I don't have a problem with politics mixing in my sports. I don't do it on the show because I know most of you do. I don't have a problem with it in my own personal consumption of sports media. It is fine with me. So, Pablo Torres has John Skipper on every now and then, the former president of ESPN, and every now and then, John Skipper will drop an interesting little nugget on the direction of sports broadcasting from his experience in his time running the four-letter network, the decisions that were made when he was in charge and why, and the outcomes that those decisions will have on those of us that consume our product via the four-letter, which for a lot of sports, you don't have a choice. You just don't, right? You want half of the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs? You got to go to the four-letter. You want a huge chunk of college football, including Southeastern Conference football? You got to go to the four-letter. I'm not saying that in a negative or a positive. I'm just saying that is the reality of the world. So John Skipper had his finger in that metaphorical pie for a very long time before he was ultimately out. So he goes on the Pablo Finds Out pod every now and then and drops a little nugget, like this one that he dropped about a week ago.
How do you price this thing?
There's a reason it's $29.95.
$29.99.
Yeah, $29.99.
4 cents, very relevant.
They're already having to charge more money to get to the same economics on the customer. And get ready for something else which you'll love. If you want to watch the really high-profile UFC match or a high-profile boxing match, you got to pay extra. I will bet you this app has the capability to say, we would love to give you that Alabama-Georgia game free, but we've decided this year we're going to charge an extra $4.99 for that game. By the way, it's good business.
It's called pay-per-view.
It's called pay-per-view, but it's going to be good business. People think pay-per-view has to be a big boxing match, a big UFC match. We've talked on this show before that the Super Bowl will be a pay-per-view event.
This is John's most long-standing take.
As they struggle with delivering the growth to the shareholders, they're going to say, how else can we make money?
John Skipper says, as you all know, we talked about this a little bit last week too. ESPN is coming out with a new streaming platform. I do not know what it is going to be called yet. I assume that they will just transfer the ESPN Plus moniker to it, but It is priced at $29.99 a month. And for that $29.99 a month, there will be one destination which you can go to for all of the ESPN broadcasting content. ESPN, ESPN2, ESPN News, ESPNU, the SEC Network, ACC Network, etc., etc., etc. But Skip says that's not all that app will be, because you always have to be growing the bottom line. You always have to be increasing the margins. You have an obligation to your shareholders to create more value, to make things worth more. And the only way to do that is to get more money flowing in. So they'll do the $29.99 a month. It will stay that way for a while. But Skip says, do not be shocked if down the line there is not a price increase of that $29.99, although let's be real, there will be, because that's how the streaming services operate. You sign up, you get that fee, and then, next year it's going to go up by $3 more a month, and then $3 after that, and yada, yada, yada. So that'll eventually go up. But up front, the $29.99 will remain the same, but Skip says in order to increase the value of that product, it will be $29.99 a month to get all of the regular programming. But do not be shocked if down the line they start using a pay-per-view model for the biggest products that ESPN offers. One of those products is, and obviously, the college football playoffs. And he uses the Georgia-Alabama game as an example, which makes sense. The Southeastern Conference and all of its affiliated teams, their broadcast rights are owned by ESPN, meaning that ESPN has the right to broadcast those games. And so if we do get to the middle of the football season, and would you look at that, 6-0 Georgia taking on 6-0 Alabama, there are playoff implications on the line. ESPN would say, well, we know you paid the $29.99 a month, but this game is so big that if you want to watch it, you got to give us a little something else. You got to add a little more to the pot. And we'll tell you what, we'll keep it cheap. We'll make it $4. Because here's the thing. If you said it's $29.99 a month, and that every now and then for the highest caliber sporting events that I wanted to watch, it would just be an extra $3.99 a month. That in and of itself, okay, for a Georgia-Bama, if that was my only option, I guess that is an option, right? For big games, college football playoff games, I might even be willing to go, all right, you're looking at 8 opening round games. Let's say it's $4 per game pay-per-view. That means it's $32 for me to watch the college football playoff opening round its entirety. Now, obviously, we're not talking about round 2 where we got 4 games, round 3 where we got 2 games, round 4 where we got 1 more game. And oh, by the way, let's keep it a buck. If they're willing to charge you $4 a game for the quarterfinals, we all know that they're going to charge you $10 to watch the Natty down the line if they have the exclusive rights to it. Am I right? Of course I am. The only point that I'm making here is very simply, if you have not believed me the multitude of times I have told you in the past, college football is not fan-centric. It is at your school. Your school on game day is fan-centric. They want to create the most exhilarating, exciting, entertaining, engaging, and other E-wordsing possible environment for you. But they do that to get you to come and buy tickets and camp out and tailgate and spend money at the businesses and give money to the school and yada, yada, yada. When it comes to the product that we get on television, our entertainment via the game, it is not fan-centric. Because it was fan-centric, you look and you go, wait a minute, ESPN currently holds a broadcast rights agreement with the college football playoff that is valued right now at $1.2 billion per year. They got to get that back somehow. And they know that more than likely, assuming that the product doesn't stink, that we're all willing to pay a little bit extra to make it happen. Or something else happens, which is the rise of illegal streaming sites. And if they start hemorrhaging viewers to those sites, and it starts showing up in the annual ratings where they go, we're losing X tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of viewers of these games to streaming sites, they're going to start charging more. All of a sudden, that Bama Georgia game that was maybe $4 at the get, now all of a sudden that's a $12 ball game if you want to watch it. $29.90. You know what it is? It's kind of like these NFL teams. And this is something I despise, but we're willing to pay for it. It's only a bad business plan if people aren't willing to pay for it. It's kind of like, and I know we are talking about the football team that we cover here on the show, but it is what it is. It's kind of like these NFL teams that sell PSLs, personal seat licenses, right? They sell you the PSL for X $1,000s a year. And all the PSL does is then give you the right to then buy a season ticket. You got to buy the PSL, which allows you to then buy a season ticket. It's a dumb concept, but it works because people buy them. This is only going to work if we keep watching. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm probably going to watch. Partially because it's my job, partially because I love college football more than I love most of the people in my life. And that's a lot. I'm a lover, not a fighter. But I heard this from Skip. And what I heard was not, this is a possibility down the line. What I heard was, this is an inevitability. Much like when they went to 12, I said, it is inevitable we are going to 16. The question is not if we go to 16. The question is, when do we go to 16? And based on the reports coming out over the last 5 days, it would appear that that answer is next season. Now, I'm not going to say it is an inevitability that we go to 24. I would say it's a probability. Definitely a possibility, maybe a probability. It was always inevitable to go to 16. Get 4 more teams in there, make it a full round robin for round 1, and get more games to charge more dollars. That was always an inevitability. I don't know that 18 is inevitable or 24 is inevitable because, again, I think as with every product, there is a saturation point where you go, okay, we are not going to, by having more games, get more viewers. This is our cap. Let's leave it here. Let's just get the most we can out of what we have. But this, to me, when I heard Skip say this, immediately felt like an inevitability to me. At some point, college football, you know, that game that is always better than the NFL because it's not a business, because it's fan-centric, because it's about the pride and the pageantry and the tradition and yada, 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 yada. You know, all that stuff? Yeah, no, it's not. No, it's not. I would not be shocked to see this $29.99 for this year, and I would not be shocked next year if we saw during the regular season a game or two experimented with a pay-per-view model, and then the entire college football playoff move to a pay-per-view model. Because, once again, the desire is not to make the best product for the fans. The desire is not to make sure that all of us every year go, yes, it's football season. Time for all of us to sit down and spend 16 weeks plus the playoffs enjoying our favorite thing. The goal is to get as many of us forking over as many dollars as many times as they can get us to do it. And the thing is, this will work.
So I still have Dish Network. So I have a sports package which I have to pay a bunch to get a bunch of networks. So if I only had to pay pay-per-view for each Ohio State game, each Gamecock game that I wanted to watch, and wouldn't have to pay for the ACC network or the Longhorn network or any of those other ones that I could care less about, I might be okay with that.
Maybe, but the way that this sets up is that, because again, we are not talking about your school, we are talking about your conference here, because the conference's broadcast rights are owned, not your school. This would be the Big Ten equivalency of this would be if next year Fox Sports decides to go with a all-inclusive streaming platform. And Fox Sports says, hey, our platform is $29.99 a month. And with that $29.99 a month, you get access to all of Fox Sports programming. That includes all of the Big Ten programming. But that $29.99 a month then gives you the right to purchase Ohio State games at, let's say, $4 a pop in the regular season and $10 per game in the postseason. You might be looking at adding something like $250 just for Ohio State football games on pay-per-view. And oh, by the way, let's say you're a Buckeye guy, but you're a football guy, and you like to keep tabs on Michigan in the run-up to the game. Hypothetically, you say, I want to see what Michigan's doing in the lead up to the game. I want to see if they, maybe it looks like they know some signs or something, just saying, not saying, and you want to keep tab. Well, guess what? The Michigan games are a separate pay-per-view, meaning if you're a Buckeye who likes to keep tabs on the bad guys and you want to watch Michigan games, not only is it $4 a week to watch your Buckeyes take on Akron, but now Michigan's playing Sparty. That's a big game. That's a rivalry game for them, too. Maybe it's not as big, but a rivalry game nonetheless. You want to watch Michigan State, Michigan? You got to pay another $4 for that one, too. Now you're in the whole $8 to watch two games instead of just being able to turn on the TV and scroll around whatever game that you want to watch. All of that is, we can talk about all the hypotheticals about how this sets up from Fox to ESPN and pay-per-view for top 25 games, but not pay-per-view for when you're not playing, whatever, blah, 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 blah. All that's hypothetical. What's not a hypothetical is, I don't think John Skipper, I mean, he may have some sour grapes towards ESPN for his departure and his loss of a very cushy presidency of that company, but what he's saying here does not feel outlandish or ridiculous to me. I would not be shocked if some point in the very near future, as soon as potentially next season, your big games are a la carte pay-per-view on top of your base program just to have the platform to watch it on. We'll find out. Now, if anything in the world was worth a subscription and a pay-per-view cost, I guess it would be technically be pay to listen to Lonzo Sports Flash.
Yeah, because if it was pay to watch, then it would be OnlyFans. And
Stream is free.
I would not do that. The Atlanta Braves will open a 3-game divisional set against Philadelphia on the road this evening. Atlanta dropped 3 of 4 against the Padres to move them 2 games back of 500. Spencer Strider is expected to get the nod today against Ranger Suarez. The Oklahoma City Thunder are 1 win away from an NBA Finals appearance after a 128-126 win over Minnesota last night. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored 40, and Jalen Williams had 34. And now the Thunder are up 3-1 with Game 5 tomorrow night in OKC. Carolina Hurricanes staved off elimination with a 3-0 win over the Florida Panthers last night. The defense was the highlight, allowing just 20 shots, all of them stopped by Frederick Anderson. Carolina is in the hole 3-1 and will try to continue the series at home tomorrow night. Hour number 4 of the Rob Brown Show is next, right here on The Fan Upstate.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills Wonderful.
Shut the hell up.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the Great Alonzo, and you. Good to have you. Final hour of the show. Got a lot to cover over these final 53-ish minutes or so as we wrap up the radio broadcast. The Bill Belichick thing. I am not going to talk about Bill's girlfriend. Relax. Although I did see over the weekend that apparently there's okay, I am going to talk about it for like 2 seconds. Apparently there is a hilarious story that is brewing right now, and that over the past couple of weeks, his girlfriend Jennifer Hudson has been. Is that right? No, that's not right. What's his girl? I've already forgotten her name, which I guess is good.
It's not Jennifer Hudson unless something's changed. So I mean, Bill might get around.
Jordan Hudson.
Okay.
Jordan, yeah. Jennifer Hudson's a very different person. I would actually like to hear that conversation, but Jordan Hudson apparently has been telling people that despite any confirmation, none of which is owed, by the way, just so we're very clear, Jordan Hudson, despite any confirmation from Hoodie or his camp, which I guess technically is her now, that this is true, has been telling people that they are engaged. And Hoodie has a yacht, and Hoodie's yacht has a name. Hoodie's yacht is named Six Rings because obviously he's got 6 Super Bowl rings. And every time that Hoodie won a Super Bowl, the name of the boat would change to reflect the current number of rings that Hoodie has. Well, apparently someone noticed last week that Hoodie has now changed the name of his boat to 7 Rings, which of course he only has 6 Super Bowl rings. So do the math on that.
Hey, good for him. Don't let people keep you down if that's what you want.
Hey, man.
Bill, go for it, dude.
2 consenting adults should be allowed to do whatever 2 consenting adults wish to do. It is not my life nor my business. As I have mentioned a number of times, this story about the Hoodie is not about his personal relationship with Jordan Hudson. It is about the football team. It is about North Carolina. Come on and raise up. So, why is this being discussed again? Why is this back in the news? The answer is because last week, former North Carolina football coach, former national championship winner at the University of Texas, Mack Brown, did a podcast appearance on one of the ESPN podcasts, and Mack got into a range of conversations. We actually talked about one of them on the show when Mack Brown offered a solution if you feel it is necessary to fixing college football. Well, Mack Brown, because of course, if you're going to have Mack Brown on after what happened, his departure at UNC, which was, and I'm air quoting this so hard I'm going to sprain a finger, voluntary, which of course was UNC going, hey, Mack, listen, we're going to move on, but if you would like to keep your reputation, you can say that you're stepping aside. Otherwise, we have to say we've terminated you. It's your call. So Mack Brown stepped aside. He was asked about the possibility of the Hoodie to succeed at UNC when he was not able to. Of course, we talked about the fact that under Mack Brown, they had a couple of players there at North Carolina. They had Drake May come through, who would, of course, go on to become a first-round draft pick for the New England Patriots, and apparently better than I thought he was going to be. We'll find out in year 2 now that there's some tape out there. They had Omarion Hampton, who is my favorite first-round pick that nobody talked about going into this draft. I think this kid is going to be an absolute stud. I think Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers backdoored their way into a guy that might very well go on to be the surprise crown jewel of the running back class. To be honest, we all know what Ashton Janty's going to be, or at least we think we do. I think Omarion Hampton is going to be right there in the mix with Ashton Jeanty as this dude could theoretically change the future of a franchise. But despite the players, Mack Brown was unable to elevate UNC to the heights that UNC had hoped to be elevated to when they hired Mack to come take over their football program. So Mack got asked, how do you feel about the Hoodies' chances of success at Chapel Hill, North Carolina? And Mack said the following.
Our last couple of years there, we were having to get parents with money. We were trying to get kids over a 3.0 because that's who we could get. We signed 26 players at North Carolina, our next to last year, high school players, and didn't pay them a penny. So those kids, I felt guilty. We even had Omarion Hampton. He got offered $1 million plus to leave, and he stayed for $300,000. I told him he should leave because it was just crazy as you were looking at those things. As far as North Carolina and Bill Belichick, now he's arguably the best coach ever. They've committed money to it. They've helped them with academics. They've lowered those standards some, so there's absolutely no reason that they shouldn't be successful. And anymore, they've changed the roster. I think they've signed maybe 60-something new transfers. So you've got a chance to succeed at the highest level, and I expect them to do that, and I'm proud for them.
So a couple of things out of that commentary from former North Carolina coach Mack Brown that stood out at me. The first one that jumped out to me was the little one-line throwaway there about Omarion Hampton, who, of course, was the star running back. And what success they did have last year was largely the reason for that success. He said that Omarion Hampton had opportunities to transfer for millions of dollars, to the point that Mack Brown said, again, take what is said here with a grain of salt, though I do think at this point, Mack Brown, unless he just is furious with North Carolina for the way that his time in Chapel Hill Volume 2.0 went, unless he just hates North Carolina, I don't really see any reason that Mack Brown will be telling any fibs here. Mack Brown said, hey, Omarion Hampton had a chance to transfer for millions of dollars in NIL money, so much money that I told him, yeah, dude, you got to go. You got to go. You can make generational wealth playing college football at another school because we can't match that here at Chapel Hill. You got to go. And yet you will notice, and I can statistically prove this, Omarion Hampton did play his football for the University of North Carolina last year. You know how I've been saying since the introduction of name, image, and likeness that if you don't want kids for whomst the money is the primary concern, then don't recruit kids for whomst the money is the primary concern. Here is Exhibit 1A. Omarion Hampton wanted to be a heel. He made no secret. Tar, not wrestling. He wanted to be a heel of the tar variety, not the wrestling variety. They brought him to Chapel Hill. They made him a heel. They gave him as much money to be a heel as they could muster up. And when other schools came a-calling with offers in the 6+0 range for the services of Omarion Hampton, he said, nope. I want to be a heels. I'm going to stay a heels. There will be no turn for me. I'm locked in. Just recruit those kids. That's kind of what I've been screaming at you, but we'll put that aside. The other thing that Mack Brown said, with, by the way, not even a drop of irony, and I understand, I do think Mack Brown is very, very proud to be associated with the North Carolina Tar Heel football program. Not a drop of irony about North Carolina easing academic restrictions on their football players to make it easier to play, considering the UNC classes, what's the word I want to use here? Controversy from a few years ago. I find that hilarious. You'll remember the academic athletics scandal, which stemmed from irregularities in a number of classes that football players were taking, including numerous independent study courses that did not have proper adherence to university procedures and zero to very little faculty oversight. Effectively, they allowed football players to take classes that weren't classes, were not supervised as classes, basically just had football players not do anything and label them as taking classes. So for them to say they are easing academic restrictions is, what's the word I'm looking for here? Hilariously ironic.
So what college football players have done throughout time.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Pretty much. It's just that if you do the thing that everybody else is doing, but you're the school, entity that gets caught doing the thing, yes, everybody's going to make fun of you, even if it is well known that you've done the thing. You're going to get busted up on, right? So anyway, by the way, that academic controversy at UNC was dated 15 years. North Carolina had been allowing athletes to take classes that weren't classes with teachers who weren't teachers and professors who weren't professors. Blah, blah, blah. Put that to the side. Max says UNC has gone out of their way to make it possible for Bill Belichick to succeed, up to and including easing the academic requirements of students. Max says, when we recruited, we had to recruit a couple of criteria. First off, we had to try to recruit parents, kids of parents who had money. This is one of those times that when we say there are socioeconomic realities in the world that may be uncomfortable and it's sometimes even controversial to discuss, they are still real. If Mack Brown is telling the truth, this is one of those times. If you wanted to go play football at North Carolina, Mack Brown has just said it was easier for us to get you in there and on the radar if we knew that mom and dad had some money. Because if mom and dad had some money, it was more likely they would put that money into the program. Whether it was to the booster or the NIL collective or whatever, we tried to get kids who came from financially wealthy backgrounds. The second thing is, he said, we tried to recruit kids who had a 3.0 grade average or better. So it is, I think, a fair guess to assume that the academic requirements at UNC are likely dropped to like a 2.75, maybe a 2.5, means you don't really have to be a B-plus student anymore. You can be an average C student, and North Carolina will now take you to their rigorous academic institution. I say all of that to say this. I am now even more interested. I was already interested to see what this year one, although I would be willing to wait until year two to pass judgment. I do not think that, I don't really think we wait for year three to pass judgment on college coaches anymore, right? Used to be you waited till year three. Year three was the first year that you knew that their guys that they recruited and brought in were going to be the primary guys on the roster. So year three was when you got a real indication to, does their culture, does their recruiting philosophy work, and can they take their guys, put them into the field, and execute and succeed? Now I think it's year two. I think you get, especially when you come in during the offseason, you get 1 year to work the portal. You get 1 year to work NIL and get your fan base excited and put money into the program. You get 1 year to take the majority of kids off of the last guy's roster and either get them to transfer out or to ingratiate them into your school, your team, your program, whatever. I was already interested because I've said a couple of times, if the hoodie shows up and the hoodie running the North Carolina football program like an NFL team, assuming that's what he's going to do, and I think we've got a pretty good indication already that's what he's going to do. If the hoodie shows up and he runs a college football program like an NFL team, and if that college football program succeeds, and again, I think it is fair to call our shot now. What do we consider successful or unsuccessful? What is the ceiling? What is the floor of realistic and reasonable expectations? We have already once, we won't spend an entire segment doing it, but we've looked at the UNC football schedule for 2025. TCU at Charlotte, Richmond at UCF, Clemson at the Crib, at Cal, back home for Virginia, at Syracuse, back for Stanford, away at Wake, back for Duke, at UNC. This is really interesting, great one. UNC has 0 consecutive home or away games. Every week it alternates home away, home away, home away, home away, home away, all the way through their regular season schedule. I think it is fair with the TCU, Charlotte, Richmond, etc. I think it is fair to say a 7-5 season is a baseline expectation for North Carolina under Bill Belichick. With the amount of money that has come in, with the easing of academic restrictions, assuming Matt Brown is telling the truth, with the money that is going to come in just from people, much like when Coach Prime got to Colorado, being super hyped about a, fair not to use the word, celebrity head coach. I think a 7-5 season in the ACC this year is a reasonable expectation. If they reach that mark or surpass it, then I would not be shocked to see a lot of college programs moving forward start to look to the NFL ranks for their next head coach. Come down and run our semi-professional football club like a full-fledged NFL team, and we will pay you well in favor of doing it. But if the hoodie fails to make those marks after UNC has eased, again, according to Mac Brown, their restrictions on getting UNC football players, maybe that philosophy dies in year one.
See, that's the thing. I think it's interesting if it's successful or if it fails. If it's somewhere in the middle, then we'll have to play a waiting game.
I think so. And I think that's part of the reason.
And more than likely, it's going to be somewhere in the middle.
Unless it is just an unabstract, just an unmitigated disaster. If they go 2-10, and again, this is an NIL transfer portal era. It wouldn't have been this way in 2002. But in this era, if they go way below expectations, if they go 2-10, then I think we go, nope, this is not going to work. At least not under hoodie, this is not going to work. If they go 10-2, I think a lot of teams start clamoring to go get old NFL coaches and bring them out of retirement, or maybe even start, poaching coordinators of the NFL to come down and run the team.
All right, take the middle out of it. Which is more likely to you, in your opinion, them going 10-2 or 2-10?
2-10. 2-10. I've already told you, I think this is going to be an unmitigated disaster.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's going to be vying for the ACC championship. So we'll see.
We will see. As Lonzo said, and I agree with this 93% of the time, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. We will probably end this year without, much like we did with Deion, without a definitive, this is good or this is bad, this is working or this is not working. I think it's probably going to take 2 years to figure it out. But Mac Brown is now on the record saying North Carolina has eased their restrictions for football players to help Bill succeed, which to me means he's got even less time to prove himself. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. I know that feeling. Be right back, guys. I'll stay right there. I'll be right back in just a minute. that the top 12 seeds, including the 4 top college football conference champions, will be seeded 1 through 12 according to their rank. The 4 highest rated conference champions will still be guaranteed a bid, but will not be guaranteed a top 4 seed in the bye. If you are one of the top 4 conference champions, but you finish slotted 7th, you will be the 7th seed. You will catch whatever matchup that ends up getting you in a 12-team playoff. What is that, 5? Whatever it is. That is how, or 6. That is how it will shape up. Dan Patrick last week called the shot. He did a segment live on his show where he was talking about some of the tidbits, news, and information he was getting about the direction of college football. I'm going to play you that clip, and then we will all react to it.
Got some information here. Has to do with the college football playoffs. My source just sent me this. Look for the college football playoff to adopt straight seeding for the upcoming 2025 season. Now, they had the protected seeds that made the past playoff both confusing and illogical. You had automatic qualifiers. So look for the automatic qualifier issues and a 16-team playoff to arrive for the 2026 season. We're also waiting to find out the House versus the NCAA settlement. The settlement will change NIL, will change revenue share, will change roster size, competitive strategies for just about every NCAA institution in some way. The automatic qualifiers, there'll be a 16-team playoff, all of that anticipated for the 2026 season. But college football playoffs will adopt a straight seeding for the 2025 season rather than the protected seeds that we had. My source goes on to say, one thing is clear. College athletics is about to undergo extraordinary, monumental, and complicated change once again. Yeah, we're still trying to figure out House of Representatives and college athletics and NIL and what all of this is going to mean. But we're not going to have automatic qualifiers. We're going to have straight seeding. And then in 2026, it looks like we're going to have a 16-team playoff. So this according to my source.
That according to his source. That is Dan Patrick. I will say that over his years as a broadcast personality and as a, if nothing else, as a radio show host, Zoe, has Dan Patrick earned the benefit of the doubt from us that he is not a story maker-upper?
Yeah, if Dan says he has a source, I believe he has a source.
Yeah. There are plenty of, and I mean, when I say high, I mean at the highest level, plenty of broadcasters that if they drop something like that, I am immediately skeptical of their scruples. That is to say, I think that there are, as I have worked with a few of them, people on the national scale that are more than willing to make up sources and make up stories in order to go viral or trend or whatever. I have bumped heads multiple times with people at different levels of this industry by asking them to show their work or STFU. All right? Show your work or I've got no reason to believe what you have to say. Dan Patrick is on a short list of guys at the top level that if he says, my source says, I will take him at his word that he does have a source, that someone within the game is giving him some information. And again, I will acknowledge that, first off, that soundbite did come before the news that we would go straight seeding. So he says, at the very beginning of that clip, my source says you can go ahead and expect straight seeding in the landscape of college football. But I would also say that we had a pretty good inclination that was what was going to happen anyway. I don't think that necessarily caught anybody by surprise. So while I am not accusing Dano of this, I have no doubt that there were a number of hosts around the country who on Thursday and Friday of last week said, oh, my source says we are going straight seeding because, hey, that's what the smoke in the air said was going to happen. And if you say the thing most likely to happen is going to happen, and claim that you had inside sources telling you that the most likely outcome was going to happen, it's tough for people to push back and go, you didn't have a source, dude. That was just the common knowledge. You can go, no, I did have a source. I wouldn't have said it, even if it was widely believed that. Blah, blah, blah. Put all that to the side. That's just Rob being bitter. He goes on to say that he expects, his source does, that we will see a 16-team playoff next season. There was a thought that we would likely see a 12-team playoff that would run through the end of the current TV rights deal with the 4-letter that would keep it as a 12-team playoff moving forward, and that 16 would be sometime off in the distance. Now, according to Dano, it looks like next year will be the year that we will see the 16-team expansion, which comes as zero shock to me. Why would it? I don't know why anybody would be shocked by this. Not that there are many people. I think there are a few people that are expressing shock that this, oh my goodness, happened so quickly. It didn't. The TV ratings last year for the 12-team playoff, from the opening round all the way to the Natty, the ratings were through the bleeping roof. And if the ratings are through the bleeping roof, that means that there are going to be television advertisers that are willing to pay out of the bleeping wazoo to get their product in front of an audience that is through the bleeping roof, and to do so as often as possible. Well, by going to 16 teams, what are you adding? You are adding 2 more games in the opening round. You're just adding games. This isn't, just so we're clear, because this is a running theme on today's show. College football, at least in the way that it presents itself to us, the fans, is not about making decisions to enhance or maximize the enjoyment and pleasure of college football fans. College football decisions are made exclusively to have more money go in the bottom line. There is the old expression in business that if you are not growing, you are failing. If you are not figuring out ways to make more money, then you are losing money. I will say that I think college football is more apt to make a decision to enhance the bottom line if it is a decision that they can get in front of a television camera and they can feed us as fans all red meat by saying, oh, we're doing this for you. We're doing this for you, the fan, which they get to do here because they get to say, well, with this decision to expand the college football playoff, what we are really trying to do is make sure that more teams have more opportunities to show that they belong. More teams have the ability to have an oopsie-daisy somewhere in the regular season that does not cost them an opportunity to call themselves the best in the game. And when we talk about this quote from Greg Sankey that we got to earlier in the show, Greg Sankey and the SEC folks are meeting down in my old stomping ground of Destin, Florida right now for the SEC spring meetings. They will meet again in just a few weeks in Atlanta, Georgia for SEC Media Days. Again, we are working right now on getting the 2 shows over to Atlanta for SEC Media Days. I'll let you know if and when we get that confirmed and panned out. Fingers crossed. But Sankey said to assembled media at the SEC spring meetings over the weekend that the SEC is not committed to any one particular playoff format yet. There is only one reason he would say that, and I don't fault him for it. The reason why is because if you say, we are happy with the 4-4-2-2-1-1-3 model, that is the predicted model right now that the college football playoffs will follow when the expansion takes place. That is Greg saying, we're good with 4 automatic qualifiers for the SEC. We don't need any more. Versus taking the shot, because as the old expression goes, what's the worst they can say? No. Of the next time the CFP meets, after the 16-team expansion is approved, and according to Dan O'Patrick, it will be, if he doesn't commit to anything now, he can go into those meetings and go, hey, yo, we would like 5. You gave us 4, that's great, but we got the gold, therefore we make the rules. We want 5. Make it a 5-5-1-1-1. Take 2 of the at-larges, give 1 to the Big Ten, 1 to the SEC. Everybody else can fight for 1. And the thing is, with all the money and power, he might have the ability to pull that off. So you don't agree to a damn thing now so that you have negotiating leverage when that comes around. That's all this is about. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Oh, man. All right. Can we just skip the next couple of months and go straight to football season? No, Kane, it's baseball season. You're not taking my baseball season away from me. You might as well just get hooked on baseball, baby, because the Rob Brown Sports Talk Show is an all the sports talk show. We're not one of these shows that talks about the color of a sock in July because we have nothing else to talk about. We got plenty else to talk about.
It's not July, though. So, I mean, you know, socks could become relevant.
Well, we still got basketball and hockey now. We got about 3 more weeks of basketball and hockey, and then even that's over. I worked with a guy one time. I think I've told this story before, but I worked with a guy who did a college, actually not even college football, an SEC college football show. That's all he talked about. And this dude, Alonzo, this dude would do every year, starting with 100 days out from college football, he would do his show. If there was 98 days till college football, he would say, who is the best player to ever wear number 98? And that would be his entire 3-hour show. And then the next day he'd come back and he would do it again with number 97. And he would do that every day from 100 days out or from 99 days out until college football starts.
Sponsored by Sesame Street.
Yeah, pretty much. On the live stream, Kane said, can we just skip the next couple of months and go straight into football season? Ladies and gentlemen, dudes and dudettes, Rob Brown's a football guy. You know that. I'm a football guy. I know ball. I love ball. I'm a football guy. The answer, Kane, lovingly and respectfully, is not just no, but hell no. Because the NBA playoffs are great. Right? I mean, great right now. Last night, the Thunder take a 3-1 series lead over the Minnesota Timberwolves. They were going into that game. They were minus 1,200 to win that series. The Timberwolves were like plus 790 to win the series. So as sports wagertainment is legal in the great state of Florida, Rob Brown did indeed drop a little dime. Not much, just a little beer money bet on the Timberwolves to win that series at plus 750. Because if they won last night with a game at the crib upcoming, that was a good shot. The NBA playoffs are fantastic.
Very, very disappointed that New York came back and won a game.
New York did come back and won a
Yeah,
game.
because I wanted a sweep. I just wanted them out of there. And you could hear the overnight show, the excitement about them winning the one game. Oh, they're back. They're going to win the whole thing now. It's just so I want them to go away so I can hear the sadness because I'm mean, I guess.
A little bit, but we get it. We get it. You're an old school fan. Colonel Grudges.
Yes, I know. Well,
Colonel Grudges for real.
I will always hate the Knicks, so I just want them to lose.
The NBA playoffs are legit right now, even with two series having one team push to the elimination brink in a gentleman's sweep on the docket. The NBA Finals are just going to be that much better. And, of course, the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs are fantastic as well over in the West right now. Edmonton leads Dallas 2-1, minus 165 to win that series. And then over in the East, obviously, Florida leads the Carolina Hurricanes 3-1. They're just a better team. And I said coming into this series, Florida is a better team. That is not talent on paper a better team. What Carolina has going for them is that twofold. Number one, honestly, I think they're a better coached team, and I think there's something to be said for that. And number two, I think I hate to be this guy because I'm not sports cliche guy. In fact, I actively avoid sports cliches if possible. But Carolina's got a special group of dudes, man. Like, they have a chemistry that you can't just make happen. Like, it's chemistry that just has to happen. You got to have the right mix of dudes under the right coach at the right time, playing the right way to get it. And they have that. The problem is, so do the Florida Panthers. And the difference is Florida's dudes in the locker room and the organic chemistry that they've built is a direct translation to what happens on the ice. On the flip side, Carolina has, as proven in this series, despite the fact that New Jersey couldn't get it out of them, they win that series 4-1. Washington, a team of destiny, as I heard them called by a couple of my hockey buddies on the net. Washington tried to crack the code for the Canes, and they couldn't do it. Carolina wins that series 4-1. Florida has a special group of dudes, too. Florida's got a special group of bros playing hockey, and it translates directly to what it is that they are doing on the ice, and it has been a problem for Carolina so far. They do get the win last night, 3-0. They blank Florida for the first time in this series. What do you want me to say? I mean, they get the mid-game goal about 10 minutes into the second period. They get a couple of empty netters to make it look a little prettier than a true 1-0 scoreline from last night. The question mark, is that the spark? Is that the thing that is going to change? Is that the thing that is going to bring out the best in Carolina? My answer is I hope, because even after Game 3, remember, going into this series, Rob Brown said Carolina can win this series. I said this on BetMGM tonight. I said it on this show. I said it on Sean Levine's show on the Infinity Sports Network. I've said it everywhere I've been. Carolina wins this series if and only if they do not give in to the Panthers playing obnoxious ball, playing into the type of hockey that is just driven to aggravate you into making mistakes, giving away power plays. In fact, I said this team, the Carolina Hurricanes, must give up 2 or fewer power plays per game. They just cannot do it. You go back to game number 1. They gave up, 4 of them, if I recall, in that game. You go to game number 2. They got beat 5-0 in that game. They got absolutely waxed in that game. They gave up 3. You go back to game 3, 6-2. They got waxed in that game. Same situation. Too many power plays. They allowed the Panthers to go on 4 power plays in that. Now, interestingly enough, Florida did not score on any of them, but I also said it is not about Florida being on the power play and scoring power play goals. In fact, Carolina's penalty kill unit was the most successful penalty kill unit in the playoffs coming into this series. It is more about how a power play, how a penalty kill in the case of the Carolina Hurricanes, how a penalty kill impacts your game. If you go on the kill, what it means is that you've got a group of dudes that go on the kill, but they have to skate extra. They are out there for longer. They have got more miles under the ice. It is exhausting to be on the kill because it is just a ton of stop, start skating. Explosive skating, pushing off the skates is what wears your legs down. It is not gliding down the ice. It is those first 2 or 3 steps when you are, think about running, right? Where do you get your most tired? When you are pushing off the ground for those first handful of steps. Once you're full stride, the legs just kind of go. It is those first few accelerating steps that wear you down. Think about that, but on skates, so you get 80% of the traction you do when you're running. It's a big deal. Well, I go back to last night. Carolina did give up 4 power plays to Florida, but they were also playing out of raw, unbridled desperation in that game last night. It was win or the season doesn't just end, but ends in the most embarrassing possible fashion. You at least got to get 1, right? And it they kind of willed themselves to a win last night. So, with that being said, Carolina cannot come back and win this series. I'm comfortable saying that. Teams do not come back down from 0-3 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's just not a thing that happens. Can you make it respectable? Can you win 1 more? Can you get 2? Can you figure out a way to snag another one back? You get to go Raleigh. You're back in the crib, back in your own barn tomorrow night in front of 10,000 screaming Caniacs, brother. Can you get one back, make it 3-2, and at least make it look respectable? I think so. But then you got to go back down to Sunrise. And you're going to be exhausted because you once again, all the pressure's on you. Because even if you win this game, Florida feels no pressure. They get to go back to Sunrise for Game 6 in an elimination game. They get to play in their own barn for Game 6. There's no pressure unless they lose 3 consecutive games, which, realistically speaking, isn't going to happen. Even the best team playing the worst team in the Stanley Cup playoffs, rarely going to win 3 straight. Not to say it doesn't happen, because, again, Carolina's won 2 series back-to-back, 4 games to 1. It is possible. But we're not talking about round 1. We're not talking about the quarterfinals. We're talking about the conference finals here. And Florida is too good of a team to think because you escaped. And let's be clear, scoreline says 3-0. Makes it look like it was not a beatdown. It was not a beatdown. Stankoven got the goal that made it 1-0. Florida then, they just did not press. Oh, no, by the way, on top of all of that, Florida was missing some dudes in this game. Florida was missing 3 guys, Sam Reinhart off of their front line. They were missing Nico Mikkola, who was a second-line guy, and they were missing A.J. Greer, who is a fourth-line forward. Greer has, I think 2 goals in the series so far. So, yeah, you escaped Florida by the hair of your chinny chin chin, and you did so without them having one of their best goal scorers in Sam Reinhart and 2 of their best second-line and fourth-line guys, Nico Mikkola and A.J. Greer. Desperation mode again back home tomorrow night. But the point here, to circle this back around before we ask what the X is going on, is that if you are tuning in, and we will obviously have, as we did today, quite a bit of college football talk during the offseason. We'll even have the occasional peak off-season segments, like we did back at the start of hour number 3, where we asked, is it or is it not acceptable to wear a jersey in non-game scenarios, or 2 games, but in non-game scenarios? We'll do our peak off-season radio. At some point, I'm sure the conversation about, what's the next big sports movie coming out? That F1 movie with Brad Pitt is coming out here, I think, in the next couple of days. I'm sure that we'll see it and we'll give a review and we'll put it into the ranks of all-time sports movies. Does it compete with Days of Thunder in terms of greatest racing movies? Is it going to make an argument to be in the top 10, top 8, top 5, top 4 sports movies of all time? Like, we'll have all of those super-duper fun conversations peak off season, but ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show is a sports talk show. It is not just a sports talk show. It is an all the sports talk show. So, in 3 weeks, when baseball comes to its conclusion, in 3 weeks, when hockey comes to its conclusion.
Baseball won't be coming to.
Sorry, basketball. Weeks, yeah. In 3 weeks, when the NBA comes to its conclusion, when the Stanley Cup playoffs comes to its conclusion, when all of these sports come to their conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking baseball, because the Rob Brown Show is not just a sports talk show. It's an all the sports talk show.
Show presents Twitter.
Yeah, baseball is like going to school. You get a couple months off, and then you're right back there. It's a very long season. All right, the first thing that's Xing today is Macron.
So there is a controversy that's not really a controversy, but I guess it kind of is to me. Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, yesterday, getting off of an airplane with his wife, who, and this part is weird, was a 39-year-old school teacher when she met him when he was 15. They're now married now. Hey, consenting adults, do what you want to do. Am I right? Even though he was 15 when they met. Any hoodles, the door to France's Air Force One, which I believe is called Le Air Force One.
I believe
sorry. Le Air Force
I believe that is correct, yes.
The door opened, and the wife of French President Emmanuel Macron was seen placing her hand on the face of the president of France and pushing away. And there's a controversy of, did she slap him? Was she pushing him disrespectfully? Was it some sort of domestic abuse? Or was this just a poorly timed view of a gag between husband and wife? My wife loves nothing more than affectionately coming up behind me and poking her fingers into my ribcage, because she knows it makes me jump like I've just seen Freddy Krueger every bleeping time. And she's done it before, and people will be like, whoa, what are you doing? And I'm like, it's fine. It's a joke. It's a gimmick, whatever. It's a
Your
game.
Overreaction is why they're asking, what are you doing?
Right. For sure.
You look like you're going to die when you get jump scared.
For sure, without a doubt. But all of that being said, there's like a controversy over it, because men can absolutely be victims of domestic violence too, and that's a big conversation that's going on right now.
I hope it's just a joke between the two, but it doesn't look like it.
It did not look like it was not a slap. I will say.
No, it was definitely a put the hand on the face and shove away thing.
But was it put a hand on the face and shove away because, hey, shut up, or because they were just a husband and wife in a moment that they thought was candid and away from the cameras, and they happened to be on camera?
Well, I guess we'll find out.
No, we won't, because they'll both come out and say, "Oh, we were just goofing off, and it was bad timing."
All right, the next thing that's Xing is Dort.
Dort. So first off, I saw the headline this morning because our boy Dort was a defensive wizard last night. Luguentz Dort had a headline on ESPN this morning that said Dorture Chamber.
Yes.
And I thought that was very solid, to be honest with you.
Yes, that was a good job.
Defensive lockdown last night on Ant-Man Edwards. Anthony Edwards had, I think, no points in the opening quarter of play last night, which, of course, led to the Thunder taking a 2-point win over the Timberwolves and bumping the Wolves to within one game of elimination. I'm telling you, the Thunder and the Pacers right now are the two most fun teams to watch in the NBA. At this point, as much as I was pulling for the Thunder to get bounced in this round because I really like the 12s under Ant-Man and Rudy Gobert. Two most fun teams to watch are Oklahoma City and
Minnesota.
Yeah. Sorry, Indiana.
Oh, yeah.
The Sirs.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Finally, Mark Ruffalo is Xing.
Mark Ruffalo is Xing. He's got a new movie coming out, doesn't he?
Well,
where he's not the Hulk?
The rumor is he's going to be in Spider-Man.
I'm in. I think we're at a point now where we are going to have to start seeing some more crossovers because they got some big projects next up on the line. Whatever. We're like 2 weeks from the Fantastic Four, and it's all I care about. And Superman. They're all I care about. I'm kind of getting excited about Superman. I'm not going to lie. I think they about to got this one right. Well done, James Gunn. I'll save that. Have a great day, everybody. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. If you didn't, you got bad taste in radio. Come back tomorrow, and we'll do it all over again, but better on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Later.
Now, what do you know? We got a couple haters.
Rebuild the entire damn thing.
So James Gunn came out and said that Peacemaker is going to have Peacemaker Season 2 is going to have several cameos, including one really big one.
Well, we've already seen Guy Gardner.
And Hawker. Yeah.
Yes.
And Maxwell Lord. So those are three that's going to be in there. We already know that what's his name's dad's going to be the main antagonist. Yeah. It's got to be Superman. What else could it be? Unless Batman shows up.
Somebody said, in what I am now thoroughly and officially locked in for as what I want to be reality. Somebody said, since we know that there's going to be a Batman in the universe, but I believe we don't know who is going to be the Batman. Somebody said, what would be really dope for James Gunn to do, and this would 100% be a James Gunny thing to do, is to treat the Batman like the Batman and just have him lurking around in various background shots from the upcoming DC movies. Not involved, just watching. Just a watchman in the background. Superman's up on a roof, lightning strikes. You see the Batman silhouette in the background, and then he disappears. Have him show up and have a Wayne Tech spy camera looking at Green Lantern. Just have Batman in the background until you're ready for the bat reveal.
See,
which I think would be
the only problem I have with that is all these superheroes are established, so they all know each other at this point. So it still would be cool.
Well, does the Batman in this universe?
Yeah,
it's not the same Batman, right?
It's not that one. No, it's going to be a new actor because Brave and the Bold will be the first Batman movie, and it's going to have Damian Wayne as Robin. Which also means, and he's already said, the rest of the Bat family exists, and they're already out there. So Nightwing is already out there. Right. Well, we don't know the actors.
That's what I'm saying.
But Superman will know Batman. He, just like all these other superheroes, he knows them.
Sure. Well, so my thought would be, at this point, he would know of Batman, but he wouldn't know who Batman is or what Batman's doing, just that he is out there. Even if he knows he's a vigilante, maybe not knows who he is or specifically what he does. I think it would be cool in the next couple of DC movies, because I think you've got a couple coming out before the next Batman, in the universe Batman, to have Batman doing Batman stuff and just stalking from a distance, just watching, learning. So when you have Batman shows up, he is intimately familiar with all the characters in the DC. And you don't have to do a whole getting to know all about you arc. You just have him jump into what is happening because he's already aware. He's been in the movies. I just really like that theory. I doubt it's going to happen, but I think it'd be super dope. Plus, how excited do you get if the final scene of Superman is him up on the roof with Lois Lane and they're making out in a rainstorm and you see the Batman silhouette? But not you see the ears, you see the shape, but you don't get to see the.
Oh yeah, I'm sure something like that will happen. Yeah,
I think it'd be awesome.
You caught up on anything wrestling?
No, I have not watched. Well, I haven't I haven't watched
I mean,
SmackDown main event or Raw yet.
The big story from Saturday night's main event.
Cody coming back?
No, the reason why he had to come out there.
Well, I saw. So I don't know what led up to it. I saw Logan was out there, and I saw the tag match.
Well, no, this has to
Spoil,
do with,
I don't care.
This has to do with Seth Rollins.
Oh, I saw. Yeah, what's his face?
Bronson Reed.
Yes, is the third.
I was in the middle of the show and I went like this, and I was judged by the producer,
Yeah.
and I said, I don't care. That's a big deal. I love that. I think because I didn't suspect it at all. I love
Yeah.
being surprised. That just completely shocked me. I was like,
I concur,
ooh.
and I also really like it because I like the concept of because I thought the third guy was going to be. So this is where Dork Rob's.
They gotta have their killer big guy.
Yeah. Well, I thought that was Braun, but
He's not really that big though.
no, but he's a killer.
Yeah.
They've set him up that way. So this is where Video Game Rob and Nerd Rob crossover. In shooter games, in shoot 'em up games, there are usually 3 classes of players. There's your tank brawler up front. There's your DPS who sits in the middle and kind of is your sniper, and there's your support guy that stays in the back and heals people up and gives them ammo or whatever. And my thought was, all right, you've got Seth, who is your support guy, your background guy who's kind of pulling the strings and orchestrating. You've got Braun, who is your tank, who's your in the middle DPS. So I really thought I didn't ever think it was going to be Logan, but I thought it would be like a Logan Paul, like an LA Knight Logan Paul kind of type guy, like in the middle, whatever. For them to go, yeah, Braun's our tank, and here's our bigger tank. It's like, who takes that down? Because ordinarily this would be a spot where you have like 2 guys team up, but it's like, what 2 random solo artists are you going to put in there to take down Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed? Hell, what tag team do you put in there to be the equalizer to let somebody else go after Seth and still have to beat Seth Rollins? Like, that's a great pick. Very interesting. I'm here for it.
Now we have 2 Bronsons on the same team because Braun Breaker's real name is also Bronson.
Bronson Breaker. All right, dudes and dudettes, that's it for us. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. Come back tomorrow. We got more stuff and things to get to. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
I don't know. Bronson stopped.